So I hope we're are ready for the grand finale again. Sorry about that little hiccup there, but forward to it. So let's get picking right back up in the middle of stuff. We ever been looking for you, Rika-san. You're such an important person, so you can't just disappear like that, you know? That's against the rules. Meep. Rika-san, we'll take you back to the clinic. Everyone else is free to go. The assault unit that led Rika away headed back into the basement. We're about to break the rules, too. You aren't going to keep that promise, are you? Big shocker. A promise? What are you talking about? Whoa there. Don't want you to bite your tongue. Hey. Suka tried to run. Konogi grabbed her fragile arm. She fought back, but her resistance meant nothing against him. One of the mountain dogs took out a syringe from a case. It shouldn't kill her, but it would probably put Rika to sleep. Kano, after all, didn't need a chatty Rika. She just needed a live carrier queen. If Rika got that shot, that will mean the end of this world. Or Rika could scream. The other dog covered her mouth. Hurry up and give her the shot. The dog with the syringe grew closer to Rika's arm. Wait, does this mean Akasaka to show up? I think it might show up, just in the nick of time. Rika was being grabbed from behind, and her mouth was covered. There was no way for her to fight. I believe, even if I'm asleep, believe. Rika kept repeating that in her mind. She believed that someone would wake her up. And that the first thing she'd see when she opened her eyes would be her beloved friends. It happened all of a sudden. The man with the syringe spun twice in the air and dropped to the ground. Oh my gosh, it is gonna be... Nobody, including Okanogi, could understand this sudden phenomena. It defied the very laws of physics. Rika couldn't understand either. The man who was holding Rika from behind spoke up. I made it. His voice had such a heavy feeling imbued in it. I've regretted it in countless worlds. Whenever I realized it, it was too late. What? Who are you? The others took a few steps back, away from Rika and the man holding her. There are many units within the Mountain Dogs, so often its members don't remember each other's faces. There were just too many units, so nobody really paid attention. The Mountain Dogs were more or less well built. This man had an excellent physique. He snuck in. Even Okanogi noticed that he'd never seen anyone like that in one of his units before. Rather, he actually wanted to recruit him. But, this is what I've been longing to tell you all this time. Rika-chan, I came to help you. Akasaka! Damn you! The hands that were holding Rika left her shoulders. They left ever so gently. As soon as they did, they transformed into a pair of furious fists, which implanted themselves in the faces of the men attacking him from behind. They flew through the air. Akasaka hit those two without even turning around. 5 members of the Mountain Dogs surrounded Akasaka. However, he didn't even see them. He could only feel the deep emotion of finally being able to do what he had been longing to do. The 5 of them sensed it. That maybe, just maybe, he didn't even care that they were. What are you doing just standing there? Get him! Konogi signaled. The 5 Mountain Dogs bore down on Akasaka. Rika-chan, stay low. Okay. Rika dropped to the ground and Akasaka was left standing. Akasaka, who came back to keep a promise he made with a girl 5 years ago, but his promise was worth more than 5 years. Rika knew that. Akasaka probably understood it too. The promise went back 100 years. For 100 years, he regretted not being able to save her from the conspiracy. He believed that one day there would be a miracle, and he could travel back to this day. That was why he continued to train himself. His strong will and Rika's wish made that miracle happen. That one and only miracle allowed Akasaka to be here on Hinamizawa in June 1983. The first one went down at the time it took Okanogi to blink. Lowering himself to grapple Akasaka had proved fatal. It wasn't so soft as to let such perfect openings go by. Akasaka's hand smashed into the back of the man's head. His blow was powerful enough to smash a pillar of ice or shatter a mountain of tiles. As it happened, Akasaka was holding back a little, so that his target wasn't too injured. Akasaka goes out from the very first shot. That's why he needs only one shot. He is unrelenting. Akasaka's well-trained fists continued to knock down the mountain dogs. One member for every time Okanogi blinked. One hit per opponent was all Akasaka needed. This was the true essence of karate. Akasaka's colleagues praised and feared his power. His power is like armor-piercing ammunition. Weapons were useless against him. No matter how hard his victim tried to protect himself, it meant nothing to Akasaka. But he was too strong for the mountain dogs to even understand that. It was as if he was a giant that had to crane their necks. They had to crane their necks up to see. Akasaka didn't even give them time to think. Someone from the mountain dogs must have called for backup, but a dozen more members had arrived. Don't worry, Mika-chan. As long as I'm here, I won't let them touch you. Meep, draw some pictures while I wait then. As Rika stayed low to the ground, she picked up a stick and started to carve into the dirt. That made Okanogi even angrier, but he calmed himself down. Then, the warrior's intuition resting in Okanogi's blood came to a realization. Numbers didn't matter. Even the full force of the mountain dogs won't be able to defeat this monster. All the combat units were still down in the basement. There's no way they could take him. Okay, I guess I have to take you down, huh? By the way, I remember you now. Your face brings back memories. Boy, you've sure grown, huh? You. It can't be. You don't recognize me. Sure has been a while, huh? You've grown a hell of a lot. Good to see you again. It had been 5 years. This was the man Akasaka fought when he was investigating the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Akasaka had still been inexperienced then. I was ordered to go easy on you, so I held back. But I won't hold back today. And that fat guy won't come help you either. Still, you sure have improved a lot in the past 5 years, huh? I'm happy. I've been hoping for something like this for 5 long years. The rest of you, you stay out of this. He's mine. Okanogi took off all of his equipment and threw it on the ground. He loosened one button and then positioned himself. Seeing that, Akasaka realized he was somewhat capable and narrowed his eyes in vigilance. Okanogi took that as an insult. That Akasaka only thought he was somewhat capable. His behavior was telling Okanogi that he viewed him on the same level as the other small fry. Akasaka first moved to take up his stance and avoid getting Rika involved. Akasaka hadn't even moved one bit until just then. Okanogi could easily see that Akasaka was extremely strong. But at the same time, he thought he would be fairly simple to take down. Karate may be a martial art, but nowadays it was just a sport. The army combat Okanogi trained in was completely different. Obviously, Akasaka had studied a lot, but it's all just child's play. All he learned were routine moves and forms. Besides, karate moves are fairly straightforward. Okanogi was confident that he could fight any karate pro and win. Okanogi started leaning onto his toes and using his meticulous footwork. In contrast, Akasaka still hadn't moved from his back stance. Akasaka was acting as if Okanogi's footwork was simply a trick, which infuriated Okanogi. Okanogi moved fiercely and nimbly, in a manner completely different from how Akasaka was moving earlier. Akasaka remained calm, but Okanogi saw it differently. He can't react to my movements, so he's prepared to take damage in order to deal more. Ugh. Akasaka couldn't defend himself from Okanogi's quick jab, and it connected with his face. It was a quick but light attack. Its purpose was to distract Akasaka and create an opening for Okanogi. Okanogi knew that Akasaka would use his arms to guard his face instinctively. Okanogi's real purpose was to attack his abdomen, which would then be unguarded. Of course, Akasaka didn't have enough time to guard himself. It took more than just good connected vision to prevent his attack. Only Okanogi, who trained for many years, had perfected the speed of that technique. Normal people would struggle helplessly while vomiting if they were to experience Okanogi's kick. It could even rupture internal organs, so it's pretty amazing that Akasaka was still on his feet. What's the matter, Mr. Karate? Can't you fight back? What? Akasaka mumbled something, but Okanogi couldn't hear. Actually, he did hear it, but Okanogi never imagined he could say such a thing in this situation, so he couldn't hear it. He couldn't comprehend it. Too light. What did you say? Your attack is only meant to defeat your opponent. That's why there's no weight to it. Huh? What are you talking about? Karate nourishes you spiritually. To attack others, you have to learn to be attacked. When one learns how much pain and grief their own blows deals to others, they finally understand the meaning of striking another and being struck. You aren't even close to that level, and that's why your attack has no weight to it. Are you saying that I'm still immature? Okanogi attacked Akasaka again, but this time Akasaka was different. Akasaka blocked Okanogi's fist and legs. Of course, Okanogi was still the only one attacking, but Akasaka had started to become much more aggressive. Now, as Okanogi attacked, his hands and legs were being injured. Okanogi instinctively sensed that he was in trouble. He thought Akasaka was just a police officer, but his movements were too dangerous. He was merciless, he was dangerous, so Akasaka's training and experience must far surpass Okanogi's. Wait, that dynamic heel kick isn't karate, is it? Akasaka's heel kick missed Okanogi's head by a millimeter. You do something other than karate, don't you? No, I only do karate. Don't lie. So the moves you're doing aren't karate at all. Okanogi was starting to become impatient. The reason Okanogi ridiculed martial arts as sports was because they were all hard-headed and only used set moves. This is how you strike in karate. This is how you punch in boxing. This is how you throw in judo. It's easy to learn, and that's why it's easy to win. But Akasaka was different. He said that he only did karate, and he must have spent unthinkable hours training. Yet he was flexible enough not to be confined only by formatted moves. That was understanding at a spiritual level. The spirit of martial arts isn't just forms. One simply learns forms to reach that spiritual level. Therefore, for one who has reached it, there are no forms. What Akasaka had was a philosophical spirit. I'm disappointed in you. Shit. Akasaka stepped away from his original spot for the first time. He moved forward. He filled the space between Okanoki and himself with his inescapable conviction. As Akasaka walked closer to Okanoki, Akasaka's assault radius tried to swallow him whole. To be within that radius meant death. Okanoki walked backwards to avoid being in that radius. That was as the result of his clear-headed judgment, not because he was scared. You don't even know the meaning of an attack. I'll teach you just how significant it can be. As Okanoki moved backwards, his back hit the van he came in earlier. He was cornered. Having your back to a wall didn't mean you were at a disadvantage, but the more it was pressed against that wall, the further a disadvantage it became. Okanoki let Akasaka come any closer. Okanoki wouldn't even be able to take a combat stance. Okanoki decided it immediately. The last chance he had was the moment before Akasaka took his next step. Akasaka's foot left the ground. He was taking another step. Now. Go to hell. No tricks, no feints. Okanoki lowered himself and attacked with everything he had. The attack was powerful enough to break Akasaka's ribcage and rupture his heart. I'm a professional, Okanoki told himself. I can't be defeated by this amateur. I'm Okanoki of the Mountain Dogs. Good for you. How much did you get paid, huh? That moment, Akasaka's eyes opened wide. Whoa. All the Mountain Dogs heard a noise. It wasn't the noise of people fighting. It was the noise of a traffic accident. Okanoki's blow missed by a slight amount, and Akasaka's fist struck inches away from Okanoki's face. And there was a dent in the sliding door of the van. The windows on both sides had shattered. It looked like the van was in an accident. Was it even possible for a human fist to do this? Time resumed its flow and Okanoki knelt down, falling to the ground. Akasaka didn't miss on purpose. Akasaka couldn't control his fist because he put everything into one blow. Okanoki should thank Akasaka. If Akasaka had been able to control his attack better, Okanoki's face would have ended up like the van. However, although it didn't hit Okanoki's face, it shattered his spirit. Good job, Akasaka. Clap, 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 clap. Rika applauded, but in this situation didn't sound like applause. It almost sounded like Akasaka's fighting spirit was popping like firecrackers. Akasaka pulled his fist around, turned around calmly, and then spoke. Who's next? I don't want to waste time, so why don't you come at me all at once? They knew. Everyone knew that there was no way to defeat Akasaka with their bare hands. They realized they needed weapons. They also need more people. There should be a better equipped unit in the basement. All of a sudden, things began to move quickly. Remaining Mountain Dogs emerged from the basement. You are not permitted to fire on the surface. I repeat, do not fire on the surface. Phoenix 1, give us permission to collect R and retreat immediately. But the Mountain Dogs who just witnessed Akasaka's battle against Okanoki realized it was time for them to run. They didn't even care about Rika. Would even think of taking Rika from him after seeing what Akasaka was capable of doing. When Okanoki regained his awareness, he jumped onto a van with the Mountain Dogs as it drove away. Since Okanoki took off his intercom device to fight with Akasaka, he had no idea what had transpired in the basement. After the Mountain Dogs broke their promise with Rika, they were supposed to round up the remaining club members. But when Akasaka showed up, the dogs had to be divided into a ground force and a basement force, which altered the situation. Kasai had gone in a counterattack, and the other club members somehow climbed up from the well and helped him. Since the Mountain Dogs weren't allowed to fire on the surface, they realized it would make the situation worse if Kasai fired his guns once he came up after them. Okanoki was unreachable, so Nightingale 1 had ordered the retreat in his place. Who would bear the responsibility for this? It was probably Okanoki's fault for taking off his intercom device to fight against Akasaka, as he basically abandoned his job as a commander. But everything happened in the first place because Akasaka showed up. So maybe it was his triumph rather than Okanoki's blunder. Either way, everything was miraculous. But the mountain dogs hadn't ran with their tails between their legs. They'd simply retreated for the moment. When they returned, they would have enough men and enough arms ready to kill all who stand in their way. That would happen very soon. There was no time to waste. Rika, glad you're safe. Yeah, I am. Thanks to a miracle. It wasn't a miracle. Worked together and one of us, Akasaka, came to help you, that's all. Ow, ow. That's true. Something like this can't be called a miracle. Okay, now it's our turn to attack. Okay, give me 1 second, sorry. Okay. In the basement, the club members were talking about the grand counterattack. Rika was a little disappointed that she couldn't have joined them. But she was happy that Akasaka told her what she had been waiting to hear. Rika told them about how heroic he had been, and he got a little embarrassed. Kasai was doing alright, but Shion wasn't doing too well. Of course, it wasn't life-threatening, but she couldn't hear well in her left ear, possibly due to being so close to an explosion. To test her hearing, Mion went around to Shion's left side and whispered some dirty words. She seemed to be able to hear them fairly well. Gosh. Of course, she might have been hearing through her right ear, though. Shion decided to lie down in a tatami mattress in the torture room while Irie kept an eye on her. Mion was very worried, but Shion told her that she was okay and forced her to go ahead with the next operation. Mion complained that Shion didn't understand her feelings. Now they would have to come up with an idea to rescue Tomatake from the clinic. They had Akasaka and Kasai on their side, both of whom were used to battles. Also, they had Irie, who knew about the secret basement of the clinic. They would have to move quickly, but they had to at least have a plan. It was almost 10:30 a.m. Because of what they had gone through, they were exhausted and it felt like it was almost evening. But if they were at school, it would only be the second or third period. They had to pull themselves together. They had to regain their fighting spirit. Irie checked Shion's left ear with a penlight. I'm not a specialist, but your eardrum may have been damaged. Do you have a headache or feel dizzy at all? No, I'll be just fine. Barry wet his handkerchief and wiped Shion's face gently. Are you surprised? The manager of the Kinmizawa fighters was in a gunfight, I mean. Yeah, I am. I hear you're ready to give up your own life. My bara told me. Jeez. Things like that sound cool in the moment, but when you survive, they're pretty embarrassing, huh? Haha, man. Something happens to you and I live. My sister will never be able to forgive me for that. Don't have my loved one anymore, but Sis does. Don't mean to tease you, but you're talking about Satoshi-kun, aren't you? Well, I don't know. Who knows where he could be? I don't even know if he's alive or dead. He's alive. Eh? Shion's thoughts stopped in their tracks when Irie answered immediately. Oh my gosh! Satoshi Haojo-kun is alive. He developed terminal symptoms due to excessive stress last year. Me and the other clip members had already told Shion about the current situation, so she kind of understood what he meant. I thought I could treat him with the same drug I used on Satoko-chan, but Satoko was one of the very rare and lucky cases. Satoshi's treatment has been very difficult. It's still going on. Satoshi-kun, he's still alive? I'm sorry for not telling you until this until now. Satoshi is in the basement of the clinic. Shion and Ire returned from the torture room. Shion looked very serious, as if she had gained the determination to fight. Kate and the others were just talking about how the enemy found where they were. Shion answered immediately. Do you think there might be some kind of device on Dr. Irie's clothes? Not his personal clothes, but something the clinic provides. Do you mean my coat? Excuse me, let me check. Shion checked Irie over like an inspector at an airport. Then she found a little button on the back side of his collar. It was a little round button. There was no reason why a button like this would be on the back of the collar. This is probably it. This is how they found us without following the car. Damn it. As long as we have this button, it's possible for us to create a diversion, right? A decoy unit with this button can lure the enemy away. And while the clinic is short on staff, we attack and rescue Tomatake. I think that's the best way. In that case, the decoy unit should bring our foes to my hills. Yeah, that area would be perfect. It's pretty vast, so the enemy will have to bring lots of men, rendering the clinic practically empty. But we'll have no way of knowing how many will stay behind at the clinic. Mr. Tomatake is there, so they'll probably leave an appropriate number of men to guard him. In that case, should add something they want more than Tomatake to the decoy unit. Are you sure, Rika? Yes. Because I'm with everyone else in Satoko's hills, I won't be caught. Only we club members know the hills well enough. So maybe it's a good idea to use us as the decoy unit. Yeah, that works. So the adult unit will attack the clinic, while the decoy unit lures the enemy away. What's the chance of success? As long as Akasaka pretends not to see anything. So I heard you're a policeman. Kasai spoke while loading his shotgun. I'm off duty now. Kasaka replied while checking an automatic pistol. He hadn't used this particular gun before, but he was used to handling guns. He was prepared to fire, too. Irie tried to remember how to remove the safety, but he looked nervous. Have you ever used a machine gun before? No. I've only ever used handguns. Maybe you should get used to it. Make sure you have a full magazine at all times, and have another gun just in case the magazine gets stuck. Kasai-san, is that a shotgun? The odd number shots are slug bullets. Can suppress enemies as well as destroy walls. Wow. I know people call you Shotgun Tatsu, but you really are a shotgun expert, huh? Shotguns are very deadly. Therefore, without firing a shot, my opponents may surrender. By the way, I have some bulletproof vests. You should wear them. Sai sounded dependable. At the same time, he reminded everyone that this operation would be a very dangerous one. It wasn't a simple fist fight. Even a veteran soldier can die in a gun battle. There's always a chance of death, regardless of how well trained you are. In fact, Kasai and Akasaka were the only people who could be depended upon. Kasai talked Irie out of carrying a gun because it might be dangerous for him to have one. Someone could get injured by friendly fire. Mion suggested that maybe there should be more people on the team, but both Kasai and Akasaka refused because those who couldn't even handle guns at all might end up as dead weight. Well then, I have to go, huh? We lack firepower. I'll bring my Ingram to support you. But, are you okay, Shion? How's your ear? Oh, it's all better now. I'm back to normal. Sorry to make you worry. Shion. What did I just say? Eh? Ah, haha, of course. I heard it. Mion had tricked her. Mion didn't say anything. Shion still couldn't hear out of her left ear. Shion, it's too dangerous. To be honest with you, you shouldn't even be in the decoy unit. You should just hide somewhere. Sis, listen. I now have a reason why I have to go to the clinic. But if I mention it, Satoko's gonna want to come too. But she just can't. There'll be an indoor fight, and the enemy will fire at us. Do you mean? Mion sensed it. She sensed the reason why Shion had to go to the clinic. That was why she didn't say anything more. If she was in Shion's position, she would go even if neither of her ears could hear. It's too dangerous, Shion-san. Please, think it over. Satoko. Shion will join the rescue unit. Satoko, the decoy unit is counting on you. Concentrate on your job. Shi-chan. You know, right, Reina-san? You know I'm not planning to die. Yeah, I do. Determined girls can never die. That's right. Even if they kill me, I won't die. Shion and Reina gave each other a high five. Okay, then it's decided. Let's get moving. I'll take the button. Here you are. Good luck, Rika-chama. You too, Shi. You believe strongly in a miracle, and now it's going to happen. Therefore, this is a chance that God has given you. I think there were days I didn't believe. I think someone even admonished me for that. It is difficult to keep believing, isn't it? But you believed. Regretted not believing, so you believed. So please cherish this day. Strong will brought about today. No longer have to suffer that you have been suffering up until now. Hey, are you my sister's new friend? I don't know your name, but thank you. I think it'll go well. Of course it'll go well. Oishiro guarantees it. The mountain dogs had retreated and reorganized their units. Were now ready to attack again. Takano was furious at them for not being able to bring R back to the clinic, even though they had her in their hands. She gave an order to capture her with all the mountain dogs' forces put together. Their vehicles were at the clinic, and they were all standing by for the order to attack. Takano wasn't the only one who was furious. Okanogi was as angry as her. That rookie policeman from 5 years ago. Sorry, hold on 1 second. Okay, sorry. That rookie policeman from 5 years ago had grown. He even made Okanogi yield. He couldn't accept that he was defeated, so he was bent on revenge. The reason why the order to attack was held off was because the signal from the transmission device on Erie was momentarily interrupted. They interpreted it to mean that Erie had gone even further down into the basement. The Mountain Dogs assumed that the club members would go even further underground and try to escape by using some kind of secret passageway. That passageway couldn't be that long. They'd have to come up to the surface eventually. The Mountain Dogs are planning to catch them as soon as they surfaced. The villagers were too busy with finishing setup for the festival, so they had no idea what was going on. By this time, the Mountain Dogs had shut down the telephone network. They were afraid the club members would call the police. The way into town was being watched by the blockade unit. The club members couldn't escape that way. R and her friends had come up to the surface. They couldn't be thinking of staying underground until things settled down. Their lifeline, Tomatake, was in captivity. They couldn't be stupid enough to think of attacking the clinic to rescue him. More than likely, they would try to escape from the village on foot. They'd probably call the police to help them. The patrol unit had several cars driving around the village, their eyes peeled for the sign of the transmitter or those on the run. It was time to wait patiently. The battle had returned to the starting point and the balance of power was even again. Scheduled report from Skylark 2. All clear. I can't stay quiet for that long. We have to be patient, they'll turn up. By the way, where's the princess? I believe she's interrogating First Lieutenant Tomatake. She's been trying to talk him into joining our side. At this point, it may be the only way to settle matters peacefully. Good thing we captured him alive. The princess got unknown phone calls from Tokyo. I can finally enjoy this cool air-conditioned breeze. Commander, there's a radio call from Tokyo. It's from Murasan. It's for you, not for the Major. Good grief, if the phone's no good, they'll use a radio, huh? Well, I wonder what the Queen in Tokyo wants from me now. Kanogi at the Mountain Dogs here. Over. I get the feeling that the noose is tightening around Takano as we speak. Since Nomura doesn't want to speak with her. Take was being held in a small meeting room. He was shoved under a desk. He was restrained so tightly that he couldn't even turn around. Takano was sitting in a chair next to the table, staring at a whiteboard. It outlined the research plan that was to be shut down. But Takano wasn't really reading it. She was just staring. Neither of them said a thing. Silence filled the meeting room. It's almost 11 a.m. Long day. It's woken up so early and it's not even noon yet. Tomatake didn't reply. Zero-san, do you think you can help me? I don't need the Mountain Dogs. I only want you. The Mountain Dogs can't comfort me. I finally realized that your insensitivity is the only thing that can. Shiro-san, you knew that, right? That was why you acted that way, right? Thought there was no use in trying to sympathize, and you tried to comfort me. That's what you thought, right? Only pretended to be insensitive. Help me enjoy myself, didn't you? I'm not speaking to you as Major Takano. I'm speaking to you as Mio Takano. You still won't talk to me. A hostage may only give his name, rank, and identification number. Takano hung her head. I don't have the key to those handcuffs, sorry. It's fine. I didn't ask you to remove them. Would you like a cup of coffee? No thanks. I don't want to have you to help me go to the bathroom in this position. It's hardly a conversation, but Takano was happy that Tomatake had finally replied. However, that wouldn't solve any of their problems. If you must kill me. If you must kill me, I'm alright with that. Made my peace when I was caught. Yeah, I was planning to kill you tonight. Glad you're prepared for that. Good. My resolve won't go to waste. Hey, don't you want to live? If you promise to join me, you won't have to die. My superiors say there's no point in keeping you alive, but I'll work something out. Who are your superiors? I don't know. The person who contacts me calls herself Nomura, but I'm sure that's not a real name. I really don't know. But you must have talked to her before you decided to do this, right? I only talked to her a few times. I think back, she probably just wanted to use me. But at the time, I thought she was the only person who could understand me. I understand. I knew there was a time when you needed someone to help you. I wish I could have been there for you. Then that would have been so nice. Nobody has died yet, but I'm going to kill them. You have your masterminds. There are other masterminds in Tokyo who oppose them. Most of them want to hush up the issue. You may think it's too late to do anything about it, but you're wrong. There is still something you can do. You can make this whole thing disappear. And my grandfather's research on the syndrome will disappear too, won't it? Takano-san, what do you want to happen? Takano closed her eyes for a bit, while she came up with an answer. Grandfather's research had been insulted. She wanted those with higher positions of authority to take it seriously. Nomura could make that happen. The final operation was enacted. The higher-ups of the country would have to read the article. They would have to believe what's in it. It will authorize the execution of the emergency manual. And yes, that would create an irreversible disaster. At the same time, the disaster would prove that her grandfather's article had merit. Will you be satisfied with that? Sure, I'll be satisfied. That is the purpose of my life. I asked you before. Going to disappear after this operation, aren't you? Mio Takano's purpose will be fulfilled. She will vanish from the face of the earth. Return to being Miyoko Tanashi. That's your real name, isn't it? How long had it been since she heard that name? Takano closed her eyes slightly. Yeah, that's right. Soon enough, I'll return to being Miyoko Tanashi. Tanashi Miyoko lost her parents and was sent to an orphanage as a little girl. She died after being tortured. That's what you said, right? Yes, I did. I'll have to go back inside of that metal fence. Have you experienced something like that, Jiro-san? Takano told Tomatake about our horrible experiences, which are simply unimaginable for normal people. I'm going to return to that place, and this time, grandfather won't come help me, so I'll die. If I was dead, I wouldn't exist here. Wasn't here, then there wouldn't be an Area Institute. Wouldn't be stuck living out such a bizarre fate. You're planning to die, aren't you? Supposed to be rewarded after the operation. But I don't believe that. I might be suddenly killed one day. Don't you have someone who you can trust? My clients are just clients. They're not my allies. But the mountain dogs are. I paid them more than enough. But you can't truly trust them, can you? They are my allies. They caught you and they're trying to catch our and our friends as we speak. They're helping me. But it's not the kind of ally you need right now. You're right. They aren't the kind of ally I need right now. Kono paused. She paused because Tomatake said exactly what she had been thinking. So the day Tomatake disappeared, she had been feeling restless. Takano had to admit that she needed Tomatake. Mishiro-san, I paid the mountain dogs a few 100 million yen to be on my side. I have a little more than 100 million yen left. How much do I need to pay you? You should think about how much it really costs to get what you want. That's rather a pretentious thing to say in this situation. You want me to say it's something I can't buy with money, right? Why don't you give up? You may be able to tame the mountain dogs with your money, but that won't work with me. But I want you on my side. If you want, I'll give you everything, not just money. Do whatever you want to do with me. Want me to lick your shoes, I will. Isn't that enough? Tomatake didn't reply. It was an affirmation by silence, but a signal to Takano that he had already told her everything he meant to say. The most saddening form of silence for her. I'll make you breakfast every morning. I'll show up before you when we meet. I'll never make you wait just to test you. Isn't that enough? Shiro-san. Tomatake didn't say a word. Couldn't see her face under the desk, but he could sense it. This wasn't the time to say anything to her. Remaining silent was the only thing he could do. Suddenly, the phone rang. Takano sniffled once and picked it up. This is Takano. I see. Understood. I'll be right there. Takano stood up as she put down the phone. The mountain dogs found R. We found Irie's signal too. They must already know the roads are closed, trying to escape through the mountains on foot. It won't be easy to hunt them there, but we're actually at an advantage since there's nobody else around. See you, Shiro-san. I think this will be our final conversation. I wish I could have heard you say something at the end of it all. And still, Tomatake stayed silent. Takano ran out of the room. She didn't look like she was hurrying back to work. It appears that they came above ground in the mountains. They might have tried to get some help from the villagers, but a patrol vehicle found R and some of her friends and started tailing them. For a time, R and the transmitter were operating separately, but they rejoined at the mountains on the map. Are you saying they split up then met back up? They must have planned their escape route, I guess. I'm sure they're confident that they know their way around the mountains well enough. If there are too many trees or if the bushes are too high, our weapons won't work as well as they should. That's what the karate guy would think, at least. Okanoki was determined to catch them this time. He kept saying how he was simply caught off guard before. They can't escape this time. Let's catch them before they get to Okonomiya. Yes, I know. So they know the mountains better than we do. We'll have to get serious. All our units will besiege and overrun them. All units, did you hear that? Think of it like a soccer game. Our opponents are going to try and score a goal. And that goal is Okonomiya. Don't let them get there. The karate guy's mine, though. We'll absolutely bring him down. Phoenix here, roger that. Nightingale here, roger that. Skylark here, roger that. Heron here, roger that. All units, move out. If we fail, it's game over. Quite so. We cannot fail. I'll take command of the corps from here. You think it'll be alright to leave Tomatake behind? Sure. We're leaving 8 armed security guards behind. Even if the enemy came at them with double that number, they'll be fine. That karate guy will be more of a problem. Simply can't underestimate him. The security unit guarded the basement of the Area Institute, which was the heart of the organization. Therefore, they were armed more heavily than anyone else in the Mountain Dogs. Okanogi's confidence in the security unit and his newfound obsession with defeating Nagasaka made the diversionary plan a success. But at the same time, that meant the decoy club members would have to deal with the full force of the Mountain Dogs. Yeah. This may be a bit too excessive. Oh, hello, Dingle Noodle. Welcome on in. Sorry about this. Sorry about what? Chicken butt? Ha 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 ha. Did I make mine? How's it going? It's going okay. Thank you for coming by. We are doing the grand finale of Higurashi. So we're amped up. The dogs' white vans ran through the village. While they couldn't fire shots outside, members were carrying stun guns that fired electric needles. While poor on range, they could subdue a target instantly. With the flip of a switch, they could change between merely stunning or killing their target. The perfect weapon for people like the mountain dogs. The vans separated into groups and headed for the mountains. They were planning to surround their enemies and then smoke them out. Commander, all units are standing by in position. Very well. Major, please give the order. This is Takano. Make sure you capture our alive. I don't care if you kill the rest. Don't let them escape. Finish it right there. Nightingale, Skylark, Heron, start hunting. Phoenix will be the goalkeeper and will be the reserve. Be ready for anything. And this is Phoenix 7. Roger that. Let's begin. The mountain dogs started marching, spreading out in a line with a few meters between them. This mountainside was a savage land where not even the villagers would dare tread. There were some trails, but no paved roads for human beings. It required an enormous amount of diligence and patience to hunt on a mountain like this. All the dogs were very nervous. They were told that most of their enemies were children. There were a few well-trained adults with them as well. In addition, they were supposedly armed quite heavily, and they knew the layout of the terrain quite well. It was obviously going to be a tough battle. Okanogi, how many people do you usually need to search a mountain? Still angry at that female dog and her mountain dogs? Yeah. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure they're about to get their comeuppance. A whole bunch of them did basically get their butts whooped. Pretty about by a single guy that Okanogi is referring to as the karate guy, aka Akasaka, which is pretty good. He's only still alive because Akasaka missed with a punch. But it hit one of their vans instead of Okanogi's face. It's hard to say, but I'm sure that the more people we have, the better the position will be in. But all the mountain dogs put together won't even come close to enough. But our enemies are just a small group of people. Don't you think we're at an advantage? Well, you know what people always say. It takes thrice the forces to break a defense. We have twice more than that on our side. Well, that theory works if we're talking about thousands of soldiers. It doesn't work in smaller scale battles. The U.S. Armed Forces proved that in the Vietnam War. And in this case, how great of a force do you think you need to search this mountain, Okanogi? Whatever works, I guess. I don't know what you mean by that. What would be an appropriate military force? Considering what happened this morning, we have to conclude that their commander is extremely brilliant. They also have at least 2 weapon experts, and at least 1 close combat expert. Okay, I see that, but the rest are all kids, aren't they? That's what I think too, but we're in their territory. 1 kid who knows an area well can be equal to a finely trained patrol unit. They're more troublesome than you think, Major. Then tell me how great of a force you'll actually need to suppress them. We'll need 1 division. Let me explain what I mean that 3 or 4 mountain dogs makes a battalion. 3 or 4 battalions make a regiment. Finally, 3 or 4 regiments make a division. Saying that we need 30 times as many people. Of course, that alone isn't enough. We need to get in touch with an artillery base and request an advance bombardment. If we could get help from the air, I'd want a Phantom to drop napalm bombs. You've got to be kidding me. We don't have that much force at our disposal. What do you think would happen if we tried to chase them down with our current manpower? Well, it won't be easy, but that's for sure. Okanogi laughed boldly. He said it wouldn't be easy, but he also seemed to be implying that he was the only one capable of doing it. Although this is their territory, they just got there a little while ago. They don't have a base, and they didn't even have time to set up traps. And that's where he's wrong. I don't think they've had enough time to use their knowledge of the mount to their advantage. Tsukano listened to Okanogi's explanation. She felt a little anxious. When she pretended to be friendly with Satoko a long time ago, she used to tell Takano all about her mountain. Takano remembered how Satoko told her about all kinds of traps she set up, but she couldn't recall which mountain Satoko was talking about. Skylark to base. We've located some of the targets. We can't see R. We're still searching. We could use them as hostages. Capture them even if R isn't there. Nightingale, did you hear that? Gather up the nearby units and block their escape route. Roger, we'll back you up. Well, of course. They'd want to cut off our escape route, wouldn't they? Some fallen trees were leaning against a much larger pine tree, forming a natural scaffold. A small hut made out of plywood had been built on top of them. It was one of Satoko's many secret bases. It was in a perfect spot, since Mion could see the foot of the mountain well. Wow. This went just as Mion-chan expected. Well then, we'll see what they've got, huh? Can we win? Can we? What are you talking about? Our enemy's commander is worthless. They need at least one division. But they're trying to attack us with just a single company. What are they thinking? We'll just see how many of them will be able to go back down the mountain in one piece today. Damn it. This is Skylark 2, we've been attacked. Shit, don't let them get away. They let loose tons of logs. Skylark 6 sprained his ankle, unable to pursue. We'll go on without him. Don't let them escape. Keep chasing them until the end. Don't even give them a chance to rest. This is Skylark 11. We've encountered a trap. Skylark 12 and 13 probably have concussions. We would have been dead if we weren't lucky. This is Skylark 16. A trap got me. I'm tangled in steel wires, unable to escape. I can't cut them with my knife. Somebody bring a wire cutter. Chaotic radio transmissions came in one after another. Obviously, Okanogi had been wrong about the mountain dogs being in an advantageous position. Nightingale 10 to base. Those bastards disguised a pit trap with a well. 2 members fell in, unable to rescue them. We need help. Huh? What? Stop! What's the matter, Nightingale 10? Come in, Nightingale 10. This is Nightingale 10. I've been hit. I was pushed from behind. Nightingale 9 through 11 are in the well now. Run hard, but unable to escape. Shit! Base to Nightingale, your backup has been attacked. The enemy can see your movements. Watch out! This is Nightingale 1. I have a question. How can they see our movements? There's no UAV in the air or anything. Skylark 1 to base. We failed at our pursuit. We lost him. This is impossible. This mountainside is full of traps. We already have a lot of injured men and only covered a short distance. Heron 1 to HQ. We found R and some of her friends. We're going after them. We need assistance immediately. They split up, huh? Their plan is to confuse and entangle us with traps. Heron 1, be careful. They're luring you into a trapped area. They're splitting up to divert us and are planning an ambush. This is an extremely advanced tactic. There have already been many injuries in the other units due to those traps and ambushes. Be careful. Be prepared for anything, Heron 1. Heron 1? Heron 2 to base. Heron 1 is trapped. Come on, somebody cut the rope. The rest of you, keep going. Don't let R escape. Nightingale 1 to base. Nightingale 7 and his team have gone silent. It's very possible they've been attacked. Allow us to send assistance. This is Heron 5. 3 of our unit members have been knocked out by falling drums. What the hell is this? Are there more of those? Are there more of those ahead of us? This is Skylark 13. I was down. There's one of them now. I'll chase them down. Damn it, I'm going to get you. Stop, Skylark 13. You can't take them down by yourself. Oh, come out, wherever you are. Come on this way. Damn kid. Wait right there. Skylark 13 chased Satoko with an enraged face. How does he think this is going to work out well for him? But Satoko ran through the woods effortlessly. Small branches scratched his body all over, but he continued to chase Satoko. Satoko ran like the wind. To her, she was simply running in her own backyard. Who would get injured in a place like that? Skylark 13 ran after her. He passed many mountain dogs who couldn't even move because of Satoko's traps. The more of his trapped fellows he saw, the more he wasn't sure if the girl he was after was really a girl. She was just something that looked like one. He reached an area where logs were stacked up in piles. It seemed like the trees in the area were being chopped down. It was a rather strange scene. On his way here, Skylark 13 saw a member from a different unit hanging upside down from a tree, and he also saw feet sticking out of a pitfall. There was a member whose foot was tied to the root of a tree with a device that looked like a pair of handcuffs. He reached this area after seeing all of them. He suddenly started sweating all over his body. For Skylark 13 realized he had been lured into a trap. Wow, he is smart on the uptake, isn't he? He had been caught in a snare. She had tricked him. The girl was standing in the middle of the open area, calmly. Bro's not being tricked. He's basically being like... It's like walking in a knowing minefield and somehow being mad of like, oh no, I might step on a mine after walking in.
Emotional damage.
Thank you for the fluid check.
And the crowd goes wild.
Yay!
But welcome in, Foxglove. The girl was standing in the middle of the open area, calmly balancing on a stump. She was simply looking at him.
Make it stop! Oh, make it stop!
She's just standing there. Menacingly. Shit, he thought. She's trying to lure me in. This is Skylark 13. I chased one of them to an open field. I'll catch her, I'll get her. This is Nightingale 7. I'm the one hanging behind you. That isn't a girl. That's a demon. If you chase her, you'll end up in hell. Base to Skylark 13.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Thank you, Tim Curry. Base to Skylark 13. That's enough. Wait for assistance.
No, 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 no!
That's enough. Wait for assistance. Some nearby members are on their way. What's the matter, huh? If you want to catch me, you need to step forward about 10 meters. It was only 10 meters. If he walked about 10 meters, he could catch that bratty little girl. How many steps did he have to take to walk 10 meters? If he took 10 steps to walk 10 meters, that would mean 10 more chances of stepping on a trap. It was only 10 steps. He can catch her after just taking 10 steps. Well, if you really want to catch me, why not take your first step? Come on. Shit. How is he going to take his first step? That area with weed looks suspicious, but the bare ground looks suspicious too. What if he jumped onto a tree stump? No. That was what you wanted him to do. Can we appreciate this supposedly, like, highly trained special forces guy is getting, like, psyched out by... What? She's like 8 or something? Hold on. Okay. Okay, she's 11 or 12 years old. As of, apparently. So, yeah. Kids are scary. Especially these kids. Psychological wave. Yeah. Cold sweat was dripping off of Skylark's 13's body. He only needed to take 10 steps. So why was he so nervous about taking the first one? Skylark 13, for what I can see, the tree stumps look okay. She's like Macaulay Culkin. I was just thinking or whatever of the... She's even scarier. She's at least 10 times as scary. She's got some traps that are kind of like... Yeah. McKilly Kilk. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's an apt description, actually. Skylark 13, but I can see the tree stumps look okay. You can jump on them. Don't, Skylark 13. This is not Gillate, the one tied to the tree root. The tree stumps must be traps. There are too many stumps there, and that's just too suspicious. Can you hear me, Skylark 13? Don't go into the bushes. It's dangerous. Don't step on the weeds. The open ground is dangerous, too. Shit. Where should I step? Do you want me to fly? What on earth are you doing? I'm growing bored waiting for you. This is Nightingale 9, the one who's tied up. My head is being patted by one of the targets. It's Rika's head pats of
emotional damage.
Yep. That's what that is. She says that it's a trap field. Eh? Supposedly, that girl's magnum opus is set up there. You should be extra careful. You gotta be kidding. Did he say magnum opus? What does he mean by magnum opus? What about all the other traps? Weren't they her magnum opus? Mountain dogs are professionals. We're paid to engage in battle. This little girl is playing us like fools. Can we not beat her? Can't we beat that brat? This must be a bluff. How is it possible for a trap to exist that's worse than what I've seen so far? It's a bluff. That must be a bluff. No, I'm definitely going to get her. Should I start with my right foot or my left? The girl suddenly lifted her hand and thrust it at me. Is she trying to tell me to stop? 5 steps. What? If you can take 5 steps without stepping on a trap, you win. see. You're confident, aren't you? If I take 5 steps safely, what are you gonna do? Let's see. I'll admit my loss and surrender. How about that? My brain is as sharp as ever today. I'll get you before you take your 5th step. Stupid kid. Calm down, Skylark 13. Don't let her provoke you. She's a demon. Don't let her appearance fool you. She got into your mind. We can't defeat her. Base to Skylark 13. Don't go any farther. That's enough. Nightingale is almost there. Just stay in position. But that would mean I'd lose. 5 steps? 5 steps, you say? Damn it, I'm in 5 steps, right? Just 5 steps, right? How many times you need to repeat it? A man should only say things once unless he's whispering words of love. Damn you, kid. Skylark 13, she's going to read your mind. Calm down, that's right, I'm Skylark 13. I'm cool-headed, just like Golgo. So I need to keep a level head and think. Right, she's already on to my thoughts. She can see how I think if I have to take 5 steps towards her. Whatever do you mean by that? This is what it means. I won't go forward. I'll take 5 steps backwards. I did it. I did it. Certain it was a trick. If I take 5 steps, I win. She didn't say I had to move forward. I could go backwards too. And that's why you're done with those 5 steps. Skylark 13 down. The whole game was rigged from the start. That fool. He let her mess with him. Satoko's remarkable performance wasn't just her own effort alone. Mion had mastered the geography and the enemy's formations while instructing Satoko. Satoko marked all of her traps on the map. When that map and Mion's ability to command combined, the club was simply unbeatable. Rika and Hanyu, who knew about the mountain almost as well as Satoko, relayed orders from Mion to Keiichi or Reina. They then prepared for the ambush. The traps didn't always activate when they were stepped on. Sometimes Keiichi and the others were setting them off at the right moment. Keiichi and Reina continued to fight everywhere according to Mion's orders. Sometimes they'd hide and sometimes they'd attack. One by one they eliminated their enemies. Satoko's traps had been taking down most of the enemies, but Keiichi's surprise attacks with his bat had worked out successfully too. Not even the well-trained mountain dog could respond to attacks after being stunned by these traps. Humans need a little time to react. According to the research done by the U.S. Armed Forces, the average reaction time is 15 seconds. In other words, any soldier is powerless during the 15 seconds following a surprise attack. Shortening those 15 seconds is one goal of their training. No matter how much they train, it will never become zero. Their radio communications had actually made things much worse for them. The more they heard about damage on their units, the more worried they got. That slowed them down and made them think less strategically. At that point, as far as Mion was concerned, the mountain dogs were no longer a force to be reckoned with. Keiichi was successful. Both of them up nicely together. Mipa! Ow. Satoko did it too. She finished off all of them. Got it. Looks like we got 5 more points with this one, huh?
なんでもないのですよ。ニパーニパーニパーニパーニパーリカスパイと王なのです。ニパーあと
The mountain puppies. Yeah, that's about right, frankly. But yeah, maybe those that are just as a quick little, right, so those that at this moment, this is just the kids. At this moment, while they're playing decoy, so Irie, Akasaka, and Kasai, there, and as well as Shion are storming the Irie Institute to rescue Tomatake. Which, if they do, they'll probably be able to. And if they can get in, they can probably be able to contact. Tomatake can probably contact the Bloodhound, which are a unit specifically made to counter the Mountain Dogs. Not sure how the Mountain Dogs will be, or the Mountain Puppies at this point, will be much of a put up much of a fight for them. But you know, yeah. Okay, my lovelies, what are you gonna do now? About 30% of your southern army has dropped out. At least 1 or 2 men have to respond to calls from injured soldiers. And what that means is that they hardly have anyone left. And a decent commander would order a retreat right now. This is Skylark 1. We have too many injured men in our unit. We don't have anyone to continue the pursuit. We have no other choice but to give up. Skylark 1, we might have been badly damaged, but we're definitely narrowing the enemy's range of action. You may not withdraw. Maintain the front with what you've got. Shit. Skylark 1 to all units. The commander is basically telling us to die. Check your supplies once more, and we'll resume the march. Takano is so mad that she won't allow it. The morale of the unit commander is down because his request to withdraw was denied, and they have to resume the march. Here's our chance. Rika-chan, meet up with Rain and lure them into Section Z. The traps there are something else. Hanyu, tell Kei-chan to move on to Section X. If she says the traps there are something else, that's scary. What a fun game. Ow, ow, ow. Mion's in perfect form. If she was born in a different area, her name would have been in the history books. If you ask me, Nelson and Togo are both mediocre. It's like I can see this mountain inside and out. Mion was the type to display exponential ability. When she's down, she's at rock bottom, but when she's in perfect form, she's just terrifying. That was the blood of the head of one of the 3 families of Hinamizawa. If Mion had been around for a historical battle, she would have changed history. If she were to join Napoleon, Siberia would be French territory. If she were to join Hitler, Europe would belong to the Third Reich. And even with all that, the battle in the mountains was simply a diversion. Just as Mion had expected, everything had collapsed into chaos. If the Mountain Dogs could think calmly, they could have realized they hadn't seen any adults. But they didn't notice, confused as they were by all the attacks they were suffering. Of course, that too was part of Mion's plan. The scale of the diversion would hide the fact that there was a rescue unit going to get Tomatake. Therefore, the more chaotic the battle grew on the mountain, the better it was for the rescue unit. That was why she chose such an ostentatious method of fighting. At the same time, that was exactly the kind of fight Mion preferred. She didn't intend to let it be just a diversion. She was planning to destroy the dog's main force on these mountains. Yet the most frightening of all was our home advantage. It wasn't exaggerating to say the theory that defenders have thrice the advantage over assailants is heavily due to their advantage of location. In that case, how was the rescue unit doing? Were they at a disadvantage because they were on the offense? The four rescue unit members, led by Irie, were hiding in a bush next to the clinic. Let's go. Security camera on this side of the clinic is broken, so it's safe. You want to attack from this side? Are you sure? Our enemy is completely dependent on the security system, so it should be alright. Okay, let's go. Should we head along the wall to the back of the director's office? Yes. I didn't close the window when I left, so it should still be open. When you go in through the window, there's a back door and a security camera, as well as the security room for the first floor. There should be 2 guards in there. The entrance to the basement is being observed by a security camera, so they'll find us right away. Okay, we have to take those 2 guards down on the first floor, right? It's a basic rule to secure an escape route. I'll go in through the office, and then into the security room on the first floor. They moved forward, walking against the wall so that they'd remain in the blind spot of the security cameras. They soon reached the window of the director's office. If any village kids saw them, they'd assume they were playing around pretending to be spies. Irie is glad that the clinic was closed on Sundays. Irie peeked into the room. It was exactly the same as how we left it. The window was open too. The 4 of them snuck into the room through that window. Akasaka put his ear against the door to the hallway. Then he signaled the others to let them know that there was nobody on the other side. Since the clinic was closed, the mountain dogs were the only people around. It being Sunday really was fortunate. It was very quiet in the clinic. The chorus of the cicadas was the only thing that could be heard. There was a clock on the director's desk. It was almost 11:30 a.m. Shion was surprised to find herself getting hungry given all that was going on. Kasai and Akasaka checked over their weapons. Irie brought out a book of blueprints from a locked bookcase. The title was Construction Plan for the Irie Clinic. This is the director's office. This is the security room for the first floor. It's right next to the office. These red marks are the security cameras. The security room on the first floor shouldn't be a problem at all. The basement will be a lot more difficult. This is the underground research section. This is the entrance to it here. It appears as a stairwell to the second floor on the blueprint we gave to the regular workers. But there's actually an entrance to the basement hidden there. And this is the staircase to the basement. That's quite the basement. It's actually bigger than the section above ground. That proves the basement contains the real identity of this clinic. And this is the door that requires Coach's security access card to open, huh? Is it possible for them to revoke your access card? Is there a way to break through the door just in case we can't use it? It's a strong door. I'm destroying all the evidence. We're supposed to shut the door and pump water into the place. So it's an airproof door, huh? If it can endure that much water pressure, it must be strong. So there must be no other way. Other than by using the access card. It's possible to block individual cards, but the access cards that Takano and I have are special ones for commissioned officers. These special cards require an 8-digit password set by the owner, so in practice they can't block my card. In other words, they don't expect commissioned officers to use them with ill intent, right? But if that doesn't work, I'll have the guards in the security room on the first floor to open it. Their card should work fine. I doubt they'll let us use their cards, though. If they don't want to help, all we need is a card and a finger, right? I'd rather not do that. Just hope my card works. But it'll be more fun. Oh. Just a one finger. Where's the security room for the basement? It's located right next to the door. That room has air conditioning and TV, so basically it's where all the security guards end up gathering. If we take down 2 guards on the first floor, there should be 6 left. 6 guards, huh? Then we'll have to get them all at once. If we don't, they'll set off an alarm. Unless we can cut the wires for it. I'm not sure, but they must have both reserve power and reserve wiring. That's a no-go. Be more realistic to take out everyone in the security room. Are the guards armed? The guards on the first floor aren't armed, but I've heard they keep guns in the security room just in case. All the security guards in the basement have guns, though. I think they have more powerful guns in their security room, too. Since those guns are for indoor use, I bet they use machine guns of a lower caliber. It won't be accurate when used at long range. They're extremely powerful and dangerous when used in close quarters. They had an MP5 earlier, which won't be good for us if they have several more of those. If we can take them out, the basement is ours. Coach, where's Satoshi-kun? Oh yeah, so Satoshi is alive. Irie's been trying to treat him in the underground section of the clinic, because he wasn't able to respond to treatment like Satoko did. I'd rather not move him, but we can't leave him in the enemy's hands either. Let's move him somewhere safe. I need to be with him too. Which room? Satoshi-kun in. He's in a confinement room down here. He's been staying there since last year. Satoshi-kun. The look in Shion's eyes made clear her determination. The security guards who chased after Irie were in the security room on the first floor. They had resumed their game of poker. They knew that the mountain dogs were combing the mountains. They were aware well that the Institute continued to be in danger. Their job was to stay in that room. Besides, they were working hard on their poker game. Working hard or hardly working. Ha ha! Of course, they weren't really concentrating on the game itself. They were still both chatting about the recent car chase, and both seemed proud about what they had done. They were ordered to shoot at the tires, but they wished they had been ordered to shoot at Irie himself. They definitely would have caught him then. They talked and laughed like that. When people stopped being on edge, that left them all the more vulnerable. This was a perfect example. That was why it took only 2 seconds to suppress them. Put your hands on your heads. Security guards were professionals. They immediately realized the guns Kasai, Akasaka, and Shion were holding weren't toys. They'd already heard there was a gunfight in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. The security guards knew they weren't dealing with amateurs. They also knew they wouldn't hesitate to fire. That was why they surrendered so quickly. They had handcuffs on them already, so it was easy for Kasai and the others to restrain them. The security guards had never thought they'd be wearing the cuffs themselves. They had especially never dreamed of being locked up in a toilet. Their hands were cuffed to the pipes behind them as they sat on the toilet seats. Their mouths were stuffed with hand towels, then covered with duct tape. Shion, clearly amused, remarked on how she always wanted to do this to someone. Kasai couldn't help but laugh. Satoshi may be in trouble at a future date. Ahem, anyway. So far, so good. The real challenge is the basement. They'll see us on the security camera. Is the camera black and white? And is the screen divided into 4 sections? I think so. It's one of those typical screens for a security camera. That means its resolution isn't that great, huh? In that case, I have an idea. Shion-san, they've already suffered enough. The mountain dogs weren't only locked in the bathroom, but had to go through extra humiliation. Radio calls continued to come in from the mountain dogs who were fighting up in the mountains. The security guard listened to them intently over the speakers. From what they could hear, it was obvious the mountain dogs weren't doing well at all. They kept falling into traps, suffering heavy losses, all of which they had never expected. It was clear that the mountain dogs were trapped, but they had even started to think they were being lured into something bigger than a simple military maneuver. The mountain dogs had made a mistake. They assumed the club members went to the mountains to escape from Hinamizawa, but they were wrong. They were simply being lured into their enemy's carefully prepared territory. The panicked voices of the mountain dogs, Takano's yelling, and Okanogi's reprimands could be heard through the speaker. It certainly sounded like a war zone. Phoenix 1 to Phoenix. Break time is over. We're moving in. We'll take over Heron's positions. We've suffered critical casualties on our side, but the enemy has steadily retreated, and we almost have them surrounded. We're almost there. We'll use Phoenix to overpower them. The Major will take command. I'm going in too. We'll finish them off. Hey, the Commander is going as well. Phoenix is going in too. It's an all-out attack. Can't believe this. Most of our units been defeated? Who are we up against anyway? What kind of special unit are they? The security guards listened to the battle reports over the radio, fluctuated between dismay and rejoicing. A cute chime rang suddenly. It was a warning chime that rang automatically when someone went through the entrance to the basement. The chime rang. The guards were supposed to check the screen to see who was coming. The one who looked at the screen needed a moment to comprehend what he was seeing. Hey, it's Director Irie. What? I could see the 2 security guards on the first floor restraining Irie and some girl. Akasaka and Kasai took the took the security guards' clothes. And they're hoping that the lower resolution will not be able to, meaning they won't be able to determine by faces. So, in other words, the security guards are naked and still tied up to the toilet. That's the... Okay. This is Director Iria, right? What's going on? I get it. You're not fighting against the mountain dogs such diversion. Those two are here to rescue Tomatake. Call the major and let her know we have the director. A buzzer sounded, and a computer panel displayed information about the card being used to enter. Commissioned Officer Pass. ID Special Grade Lieutenant Colonel Kyosuke Irie. Password? Match. Finger confirmation. Match. Strange. Security guards brought Irie down. That made sense. But why were they using the director's security access card? They were even using his fingerprint. Why were they having him do that? Wouldn't it be quicker for the guards to do that themselves? The guards figured it out, but it was too late. The door to the basement was open and the four newcomers forced their way inside. They ran through the security camera screen and were headed straight for the security room. They had them. As soon as the door opened, the security guard started firing. Akasaka realized it had taken him a second longer to pull back. If it had taken him a second longer to pull back, it would have been riddled with hundreds of bullets. The guards pushed the desk onto its side. The paper cups on the desk fell to the floor, spilling coffee everywhere. They used the desk as a barricade. The other two guards started to shoot at random. As long as the guards were shooting at the rescue unit, they couldn't counterattack. One of the guards activated the emergency alarm, and another picked up the submachine gun off the wall. The other one picked up a gas mask. It was impressive that they got their act together so quickly. A situation like this would result in a fierce gun battle, meaning that it would take quite a while for the rescue team to suppress the guards. The emergency alarm sounding in the basement reminding them that their surprise attack had failed. Shit. Couldn't do it. But they're stuck in that room. While they're there, we can rescue Satoshi and Tomatake. The mountain dogs outside would definitely hear that alarm. If they took too long, the enemy would come to block their escape route. Then they'd be trapped inside. Right. I think there was something about dealing with intruders in the security system. Aria tried to speak while he tried to recollect it. Shion told him that he should have remembered something like that before he came in. Before Aria remembered, a voice came on over the speakers. There has been an emergency in the entrance block. It's been an emergency in the entrance block. It's like a self-destruct thing, isn't it? All areas in the research center will be shut down as an emergency measure. All entrance area staff are together in the security room and put on gas masks. Please follow the security guard's instructions. The gas will be disseminated automatically in the entrance within 2 minutes. I repeat. So we'll have to take them down and cancel the alarm within 2 minutes or we'll be in big trouble. What kind of gas are we talking about here? Is it poisonous? I think it's... Screw you, game. Difescyclinonoricin. If you inhale a lot of it, it's dangerous, but it's not deadly. It only takes a few seconds to take effect. There are many symptoms, but the most common one is a sneeze for about 30 minutes. Isn't that also called red agent? The military used to use it to secure enemy territories. They either had to run out of there immediately or take over the security room. Since the area had been sealed off, they couldn't escape. But there were armed guards in the security room, and if the rescue unit members were even peeked around the corner, they'd be shot at mercilessly. Damn, this won't work. We can't aim and shoot in this situation. The basics of indoor combat. Grenades, huh? Shit, we don't have any. If you rush in, we'll be shot at. What can we do? Satoshi is finally within my reach. Damn it. Shion pressed her hand against her gun, gritting her teeth in frustration. As Kasai analyzed the situation, he stood up and spoke. Everyone, let me handle this. The guards in the security room were on edge, too. I think we're about to see something totally badass in a moment. Once the gas was flowing, everything would come to an end, but the guards knew their enemy wouldn't just sit and wait for that to happen. They'd come rushing in regardless of the counterattack they'd face. Although the guards would still have the upper hand, it'd be a point-blank gunfight. They wouldn't come out of it unscathed. Therefore, as the deadline approached, their tension increased. The guards never even considered that the door they opened would be shut again. They fired at the door, leaving many small holes in it. After that, it all went quiet. What were they thinking? There was nowhere to hide. The gas was to be released. Why did they close the door? For what reason did they do that? That was when a loud explosion punched a hole in the door the size of a fist. Not only the door, but the wall of the security room had a similar hole. Is it a magnum? No, that's a slug. A calm voice echoed from the other side of the door. Correct. This weapon isn't meant to be fired at a person. You know how powerful it is, right? Shit. The power of a slug bullet is limited to extremely close-range volleys, but is also incredibly powerful. After all, it's fired from a shotgun, but it doesn't scatter. A shotgun is meant to fire scatter shots, but it can be used to fire only one huge, incredibly powerful bullet. That's the slug. It's usually used for hunting. It's used to shoot at animals, not humans. If it was to be used on a human, their arms and legs would be shattered and nothing would be left of the head. It shouldn't even be called a bullet. It should be called a cannon. It would easily pierce through the door, the desk they were using as a barricade, and any guards hiding behind the desk before slamming into the wall. The guards understood very well just how powerful it was. The kind of guns they had shot out many small bullets. Therefore, they didn't work as well through a door. But their enemies didn't care about the door at all. Their weapon could easily pierce through anything. Hiding behind a desk didn't mean a thing. You understand how powerful my weapon is, correct? Don't want to die. Please turn the alarm off. Calm down. The gas will be released any minute. You have to hang in just for a few more seconds. Don't you realize your guts will be scattered all over the floor before that happens? Sai's voice was extremely intimidating. Only one who truly understood the power of the shotgun could talk that way. We don't have time. We don't have time. I'll give you 5 seconds. If that alarm isn't turned off in 5 seconds, we'll be prepared for that. Hey, what do we do? About 60 seconds left before the gas is released. Calm down, he's nervous too. Don't let him take control of this situation. That was when a deep voice rang out, reverberating through the pit of their stomachs. Hey, I've been nice up until now, but didn't you hear what I just said? It must have been coming for the same person, but it changed so much so quickly. I, Tatsuyoshi Kasai, am giving you the chance to live. Aren't you a bit grateful for that, you pieces of shit? You don't think I'm serious, do you? Huh? Answer me. A roar and explosion sounded at the same time. The upper half of the door disappeared. Numerous lead balls bounced around the room, breaking the lights and ricocheting off the walls. Shattering glass fell onto the floor. The shotgun had turned the security room into hell. The hurricane of lead balls moved violently through the room as it scattered, and destroyed everything. The guards could only cover their heads and pray. They prayed the lead balls wouldn't hit them and endured the falling glass. Before they had a chance to recover, Kasai jumped in through what was left of the door and kicked the desk aside. He stepped onto one of the guards' head and yelled at the others. All right, who wants to be minced first, huh? Is it you? What happened to that attitude just now, huh? No, I give up. Don't shoot. Don't waste my time, you shithead. Do you want to die? I've dealt with far more dead people than any of you. Sorry, please don't kill me. They dropped their guns voluntarily and got on the floor with their hands on their heads. Even Shion couldn't believe what just happened. There were several of them, and they all had been amply armed. Kasai had a weapon too, but it was his presence that defeated them. Even the mountain dog couldn't equal what Kasai had once had to go through. What the heck are you taking a nap for? Do you want to inhale the gas? You can easily rip your mask off, you know. Turn the fucking alarm off already. Okay, I'll turn it off. I will. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Guards got up in a hurry and switched the alarm off. Kasai stood there calmly, but they were only seconds away from the gas releasing. Shion and Nagasaka came to their senses and quickly moved into the room to help Kasai subdue the guards. Kasai, I never want to do something like that again, but it was an emergency. Please forget about it. That was the Kasai Shion knew. But in the end, Kasai hadn't killed anyone. Shion remembered Kasai telling her how terrifying shotguns were in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. That was Shotgun Tatsu, whom all the people in Shishibone were so afraid of. Sorry, the alarm has gone off already. We can't stay for long. You're right. Let's hurry. Kasaka and Kasai pulled out the guards' handcuffs and restrained them. Satoshi-kun. Where's Satoshi? Now that the security room was under control, Shion realized there was nothing keeping her from seeing Satoshi. She was getting anxious. Irie had shown her the map. He must be down here, she thought. Shion had already started to run. I'm going too. We have to evacuate Satoshi-kun and Tomatake. Alright, go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Akasaka felt a chill running down his spine. Uri said there were 6 security guards. Shion wasn't paying attention to anything else. She was only thinking about her reunion with Satoshi, and she still can't hear in her left ear. To make things worse, the security guard is waiting on the left side of Shion. Shion had to regret letting her guard down just a bit too early. The mountain dog jumped out and grabbed Shion. He choked her neck with his thick arm. There was no way Shion could get out of the situation alone. Irie saw what had happened. Fortunately, their backs were turned towards him. Here was Irie's chance to attack the enemy. But today, Irie had lost a lot of confidence in himself. Felt he hadn't done anything right all day. Fighting wasn't his expertise. There really wasn't anything he could have done, but he was disappointed in himself for not being able to help just the same. That moment, he was the only one who could do anything. Possible he wanted to go get Kasai or Akasaka. They were both very reliable. They could take out this man in an instant. But there was no time for that. Only in this moment was his back facing Irie. And if Irie didn't do anything, the dogs were sure to take Shion hostage, creating a deadlock. Enemy backup could arrive at any moment, so being in a deadlock would mean death. Therefore, Irie couldn't depend on anyone else. He had to resolve the situation himself. He only had one chance. Once the unit member turned around, the deadlock would begin. There was even a way for Irie to knock him. Was there even a way for Irie to knock him down with one shot? No, he had to. He must. There had to be something that only Irie could do. Irie took a mechanical pencil out of his pocket. It's probably the strongest weapon he had. Wah! Yeah. Oh. Damn it, Director. Irie stabbed the man's neck with his mechanical pencil, but it only scratched him a little. What was he thinking? The man drew his gun, pressed it to Shion's head, and created a stalemate, just as Irie predicted. Sorry. I was only thinking about Satoshi. Shion's eyes were filled with tears. Okay, Director. Could you please tell your friends to get rid of their weapons? By the huge sound before, one of you has a pretty big gun. I don't want to get shot with that. Come on, Irie. Remember Kasai from earlier. You can do it. Let's get to a magic trick. Don't make me laugh. Do you really think you can deal with me? Here in this basement of the Irie Institute. What? Don't assume this is a regular mechanical pencil. This is actually a syringe that Takano-san developed. Do you want to know what was in it? Do I need to explain? What? If a regular person had said that, it wouldn't have worked. But Irie was wearing his white coat, and the basement was his territory. What he had just said sounded very believable. He wanted to believe that Irie was lying, but he started to feel an itch on the back of his neck. H178 is a drug Takano created. It's the masterpiece of the 170 series. There is no treatment, and the symptoms such as confusion, delusion, headaches, runny nose, stuffy nose, constipation, and many other things will start within a few minutes. In the end, you'll scratch your butt so hard you'll bleed to death. The only cure is to take the antidote within 1 minute. That's a lie. 30 seconds have passed. It's going through your heart by now, and soon it'll be everywhere in your body. Don't your lymph nodes inch yet? Do you snore or fart when you sleep? Shion could only watch this pathetic act in silence. For the mountain dog who worked at such a shady research center, what Irie said sounded totally believable. Shit. Okay, I give up. Hurry up and give me the shot. Is that the correct way to ask someone to do something for you? Okay, I give up, sir. Please give me the shot. No, that's not good enough. It's not how you talk to your master. I'll tell you one more time. Are you ready? I have to inject you in the butt. Get on your hands and knees with your pants down. After that, stick your butt by shoulders on the floor. Bite your right thumbnail and turn around. There you go. She could beg me to give you the antidote. What, you can't do that? That's sad. Ever since ancient times, maids vowed complete loyalty to their masters. Their selfless devotion has created the virtues and cultures we enjoy today. But look what's happening to that wonderful Japan nowadays. You youngsters have forgotten the spirit of the maids. Tan their skins, start wearing loose socks and flashy Hawaiian fashion. Oh, what happened to Japanese wood of the good old days? Careful of excessive tanning and take care of your skin to keep it smooth. Socks must be knee-high, of course. Wait. Of course, but garter belts are wonderful too. But once in a while, high socks are okay too, and cultivate the spirit of a maid. Come to think of it, Japan has forgotten all about its wabi-sabi aesthetic and maids. The low birth rate in the age society are a result of that. The middle-aged population continues to grow, and it's only a matter of time before moe media starts targeting that audience. Up until now, older women's series were treated as a niche in porn shops, but eventually they'll occupy a huge corner. Middle-aged women and maids are just like different kinds of toilet detergent. They're dangerous to mix. You mix them together, then you get housekeepers, not maids, and housekeepers will be series of videos people watch. That would mean the extinction of maids when that time comes. Times the moon will shatter with a sad rain upon the world. An asteroid belt will cover the earth. That is the judgment day prophesied in Revelations. When the great maid headbands over the entire world, the true king of maids will revive. Prophesies Revelations. When the great maid headbands cover the entire world, the true king of maids will revive. You okay, Shion-chan? Wait, okay, Mrs. Listen carefully. You stand before the king of maids. Nia, take back the stone from that kid. Here are the magic words. Lite latu parita maid. They did a freaking Castle in the Sky reference. They did a freaking Castle in the Sky reference at that diatribe. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Oh gosh. Are you okay, Shion-chan? Yes, thank you. Coach? Akasaka and Kasar here, they got him. What? But I'm not finished teaching him about maids yet. You can continue later, Doctor. Satoshi. There really was nobody left to stop her. Shion ran down the hallway at full speed. And it was right there. There was a huge window in front of
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't. But I've considered it.
Yeah, that's about right. Oh gosh. That's about right. Gosh.
There was a huge window in front of Shion that allowed her to look inside. Shion threw herself at the window. Satoshi was there lying on the bed. He was sleeping with an IV connected to his arm. There were some wires attached to his forehead and chest to observe his brainwaves. The waves of light displayed on the machine they connected to proved that he was at least still alive, but he might be sleeping very deeply. His face was pale and he looked like there was barely any life left in him. He is alive, right? Satoshi's alive, isn't he? Thank you for the fluid check. Calm down. Dr. Ire, hurry. I brought in a stretcher to load Satoshi onto. Kasai opened it up. Hurry, put Satoshi on it. Shion, before we take him out of there, there's one thing I want you to promise me. I gave Shion a condition. What's he saying now? Shion eagerly thought. I'm going to move him onto the stretcher, but don't try to wake him up. Do you understand? I want you to promise me. Oh, why? Can I wake him up yet? That was the first thing Shion wanted to do. She wanted to tell him personally that he was free. But Hiro was telling her that she couldn't do that. I know it's hard. I'm going to tell you the truth quickly. Satoshi suffered serious emotional damage on that day. Fortunately, he's alive, but he can't tell his friends from his enemies or truth from fiction. He's suffering from a serious delusion of persecution and fear. To escape from that, he would attack anyone. In fact, one of the clinic staff was seriously injured last year, so much that she had to go through facial reconstruction surgery. He would even attack you. Shion finally noticed it. Satoshi was covered in a blanket on the bed. There were 2 belts over that blanket, holding him down on the bed. And that he also had leather straps around his arms. He was restrained to the bed. The belts had some marks on them. But is the effort gonna get better? The silence that followed was cruel. Yuri wanted to tell her that he would be cured. But he was a doctor. He knew he shouldn't say anything irresponsible. And so that was why he couldn't say anything. What is it? What the heck is it? Are you saying Satoshi will never say anything anymore? He'll never rub my head ever again? Why? Why? She cried as he pounded on the glass. Stop. If you really care about him, please don't wake him up. That's what he wants too. If you wake him up, he'll likely hurt you. He doesn't want you to see him like that either. So please, try to understand. Why? Shion slid down the window and hit the floor, crying uncontrollably. She scratched at the floor. The sad reunion in her anger made her claw at the tiles. Satoshi's smiles were there under the floor. Shion would scratch until all of her nails were gone. But Satoshi wasn't under the floor. He was right there. He was sleeping on the bed, and he wasn't supposed to be woken up. But there is some good news too. It was a very small change, but his brainwaves have improved just a little in the past year. Human bodies are strong. The same can be said about their brains. Them in cases of people receive fatal injuries to their brain, yet recovered completely. Satoshi is trying very hard to come back, continuing to fight. I won't give up either, doing my best to bring Satoshi back to our side. And I will bring Satoshi back to Hinamizawa. The brain is what moves people. The brain is only a part of the body. If something happens to the brain, the person will end up changing. That change hurts the person himself, as well as the people around him. And hurting others hurts that person even more. Irie recalled his parents. The abnormal change in his father. His mother not being able to understand that it was caused by a brain disorder. That was enough. That was sad enough. That was the reason Irie became a neurologist. Right now, there was a young boy before him, and a young girl. Before him was a fragment of the sadness from that day. A fragment of that day's regret. After his father's death, Irie learned that he was misunderstood, and that it was due to a brain disorder. But it was all too late by then. He regretted not getting into the study of brains 5 years earlier, but it was too late. But now he had studied and experienced so much. He had achieved things and he had confidence. But he still had regrets about that day. Eren held his fist tightly and spoke without hiding his tears. I promise. I bet my life on it. I'll bring Satoshi back to Hinabizawa. I promise you. Satoshi is trying to come back. Reach out to each other, it will happen. Shion-san, please trust me and wait. I promise you. I'll bring him back to Hinabizawa. Ray vowed this from the bottom of his heart, and he realized something. Irie realized that everything he had done was in preparation for this day. The two people in front of him weren't his parents, but he was going to rid himself of his regrets and devote himself to that promise. Really? Are you sure? Satoshi coming back? Really? Yes, he is. I bet my life on it. He's coming back to Hinabizawa. He's... Get the voice fixed up. Yes, I bet my life on it. He's coming back to Hinabizawa. So Shion-san, please wait until that day. We'll welcome him back together. Do you think you can wait until that day comes? Can you keep this a secret from Satoko-chan? Yes. Satoshi is coming back. I'll do anything. I'll endure anything. Please, look over there. There was something in the corner of that dark room. It was the giant teddy bear that Satoshi had bought that day. He worked so hard and saved a lot of money to buy that for Satoko-chan's birthday. Can you imagine Satoshi leaving without giving it to Satoko? No, you can't, can you? Satoshi will come back to you, and Satoko-chan will with that teddy bear. Please, just wait until the day comes. Can I come visit him, though? Of course. Can I sit next to him and read a book to him? And... Absolutely. I'm sure he'd like that, too. Just so long as you don't decide to do an Evangelion reference, that would be bad. I apologize for that, sorry. We're in the moment. Shion started to cry again. Akasaga came when with Tobatake, but he couldn't say anything to her. Glad you're safe. Take out the bloodhounds, everything will be okay. Won't be that easy. The gunfighter destroyed the radio equipment in the security room. The mountain dogs must have cut all the communications leading out of the village. So the only way to get in touch with Tokyo would be to leave. If that's the case, we'll have to break through in a car. Mion and the others are doing a great job getting some time for us. But they'll be cornered eventually. I have to take Tomatake out of the village so we can call the bloodhounds. We have a problem. They've already cut the phone lines. They must have closed the road to town, too. We're supposed to carry one high-explosive anti-tech weapon in case a vehicle tries to break through. An RPGs, Evan, huh? They aren't expecting a tank, so I guess they'll be using high explosives. If they don't hit us directly, they might flip the car. They're not easy to deal with. But unless we use the highway, it would take too much time. Can't take any detours. They're all doing great, but I think they'll last until sunset. We have to hurry. We don't have any time to waste, huh? Gotta take Mr. Tomatake to Okonomi immediately. Coach, into a safe place with Satoshi. Let's get out of here quickly. It's only a matter of time before they show up. Shin's eyes were swollen from crying, but she had calmed down. Satoshi's safety depended on their victory. They had to win for his sake too. Although this is a very sad situation, Satoshi was alive and he would be back someday. Shion understood that, but yet more tears poured from her eyes. Sis, everyone, thank you. Succeeded over here. Takano didn't have enough stamina to walk around in the mountains. She was running out of breath. Even so, she continued to scream at the mountain dogs on the radio. She wasn't using an intercom like the mountain dogs were. Instead, she was using the communication unit on the back of one of the dogs, so we constantly had to listen to her yelling. Damn, everyone is so useless. How can they call themselves a special unit? Whatever happened to the famous mountain dogs, huh? Kano bit her lower lip and squeezed her left arm with her nails. Her arms had nail marks all over them. She was holding her grandfather's research scrapbook in her left hand. Even Takano didn't know why she was holding it. She grabbed it unconsciously because she wanted her father to comfort her. Her grandfather to comfort her. The mountain dogs had already suffered devastating damage. They had to walk around in an area they weren't familiar with, and they wasted their energy on the multitude of traps that had been set. They were as tough as can be, they were getting exhausted. Shit. Does the Major even know? Any commands other than attack? Nightingale 1 to Nightingale 13. Watch out, your left wing is down. You're next. You've gotta be kidding. Wipe me, damn it! He panicked. Same thing kept happening. His team members had been going down one at a time, starting from the left flank. And he was next. Did that mean the enemy was coming from his 9 o'clock? No, those demons don't think normally. On this mountain, being aware of 360 degrees around yourself wasn't enough. Even being cautious of the ground below your feet and sky above your head wasn't enough. Where are they coming from? Those bastards, come here, come at me. Nightingale 13 held his taser in front of him as he looked around timidly. This taser could have been a powerful weapon, but it was far more effectively used indoors. On this mountain, it was almost worthless. Nightingale 13 heard a noise behind him from a bush. He thought he saw something, so he fired his taser. The electrodes flew out into the bush. Did you just imagine it? Felt a tug on his taser. The cord from the taser was stuck in the bush and he couldn't rewind it. If it wasn't useless before, it had certainly become that way. Then he heard a noise behind him again, and this time he saw someone coming at him. But his weapon was useless. The newcomer growled at him. Ow, 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 ow. Wah, damn you. That was all it took. Because he was so scared, he didn't think. That was exactly what Satoko expected. Satoko, who was up in the tree, dropped a metal bucket on his head. It landed perfectly. What is this? The bucket had some drawings on it. What were they? They were drawings of strange, unknown creatures. They somehow resemble those strange characters you see on educational TV programs. Aren't they just so cute? Take it home with you. As Serena jumped out from another bush, she hit the bucket with a stick. Maybe it should be described as a strike instead of a hit. The man flew backwards. Keiichi was ready for him. The stance he was in looked a bit like... That's it. He looked like a batter in a batter's box. He was on one foot. That was the legendary one-foot swing created by that one world-famous baseball player. Destructive force can't be measured from just one direction. It's a function of both speeds added together. Both Keiichi's strike and the speed of his opponent create a truly amazing destructive force. A home run bunt! With an exhilarating and magnificent sound, the mountain dog flew into the air in the opposite direction. Then he rolled down on the ground and stopped. There, Rika awaited him. It was almost as though they calculated that he would end up there. Poor thing, poor thing. Pat, pat, meep, meep. Rika patted the bucket happily. This comforting moment for Nightingale 13 only lasted a second. Mion shut her taser at his butt. Nightingale 13 jerked for a moment, then went limp. Another one down, let's tie him up. Ichi and Reina jumped on him and tied his hands behind his back with wire. Ow, ow. That was great. What a great team we are. That was perfect. Shall do combination 7 next. Ow, ow. Want to do 5 again? Oh, you liked that one, did you? You might have a hidden talent for using traps, Hanyu-san. Hanyu and Satoko high-fived. While Kiichi and Reina eyed Nightingale 13 up, Rika tried to sense something in the air. Meep, meep, meep. Bing. Feel something coming towards us from that direction. Meep, meep, meep. Rika has radar now. I'm not surprised at this point. There are two. They're both very scared. Meepa! Rika reported to Mion. She was a bit like a radar. See, Mion didn't even care about the guy they had just knocked out. She was already trying to figure out their next move while looking at Satoko's maps and using the info Rika gave her. Everyone eagerly awaited Mion's next order. Hehehe. Why look at me that way? You haven't had enough fun yet? Welcome in, Pyro. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. I hope you're well. Yeah, I guess we're just getting warmed up, huh? Shall we continue? Let's get 'em all. The gang is kicking the crap out of the mountain dogs at the moment. Doing good, just drove for 10 plus hours. Oh, dadgum. That's a bit of a waste. So, yeah, make sure you rest up. That's a lot. Take it easy and relax for a bit. Go get some sleep or something. More driving tomorrow. Oh, goodness gracious. Wow, you must be driving a few states over. Just driving through a few states. 'Cause that's... Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah. Mion was a great leader. She had both leadership skills and tactical ability. More than anything else, she was great at encouraging people's spirits. 4 states and almost half of it was Texas. Yeah. That's correct. I was on a few times I've been on a had to go on a driving trip from Dallas from the DFW area to El Paso. So meaning directly across, so you know, directly horizontally across the state. So and that was like 10 hours or something like that itself, I think. And that's still a pretty straight shot as well, you know, fairly, you know, so it's hard to appreciate how large the state is until you drive. Yeah. Also, the middle part, you know. Also, I hate to say this or whatever, but there's nothing really interesting in the middle part. If you did like a square or whatever, then there, because it's, unless you think sparse shrubs are interesting. Because on the western part of the state, you have interesting, like, you have like, you know, like American Southwest, you know, desert rock formation, stuff like that, which is pretty, you know, and you know, the north will has like, you know, you get in canyons and stuff like that at least, and then in the eastern part you have like actual like forests and stuff like that, but the middle it's just It's just flat plains and mesquite bushes, which are not very interesting to look at. Austin is interesting, but yeah, the landscape is it. Yeah. Like San Antonio has a lot of just San Antonio, for example, is a very pretty city. It has a lot of really nice architecture and stuff like that, and old buildings to look at. But yeah, it's freaking. Still need to go to San Antonio. Yeah, if you get the chance, it's a nice. It's definitely an interesting place to visit. Because there's so many historical sites or whatever. Like, you know, you can go into. There's a famous hotel there. That there's the that you can go into, like, where they actually have, like, the bar. There's a bar there that was actually the bar that Theodore Roosevelt assembled the Rough Riders that fought us in the Spanish-American War. So, and obviously there's kind of like it's extremely historic and city. So there's like there's something that there's pretty much something interesting that happened, you know, like for every block pretty much. Couple hour drivers should be interesting. Yeah. The River Rock also looks pretty. Yeah, it's really nice. I've went that. It's a really cool place. And you know, getting to like eat at a eating at a restaurant on the side of it is really good. Is really fun. You know, and you can get on like a little boat tour like thing on it that'll just go down the river, which those are pretty neat. Especially if you got at a cool time at a nice time of day. So that way then someone can point to all this different stuff. Those are yeah, yep. Boat tour stuff is always fun. It's a lot more fun than just like a tour bus or something like that. Sorry to come in and tear. Oh, no worries. No worries about it. It's honestly been a while since I've had like I think it's been a bit since I've gone on like kind of like a diatribe thing or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, those are fun. They're diet flavor or whatever. Of course, all the time I've been doing this, just dramatic music has been playing. Oh gosh. But thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. And yeah, get some, relax some before you have to drive again, please. Make sure you stock up on snacks and some tasty beverages. Out for the night. Good. Let's see. Okay, it's Mion was a great leader. She had both leadership skills and tactical ability, but more than anything else, she was great at encouraging people's spirits. There are no cowardly soldiers under a brave general, and brave soldiers fight like a million men under Mion's command. Nobody could stop Mion and her club members. Both Mion and Okanoki's original estimates were too low. Now Okanoki was thinking something else. Before they started the siege, he likened one of them to a trained platoon, but that didn't fit anymore. They were on par with an elite armored division. Foot soldiers couldn't beat an armored division. What Okanogi had was just a company. Where was the air support, or a bombardment from a warship or an artillery base? Okanogi needed someone to pump the mountain full of holes. If he couldn't have that, he needed a submarine to fire a nuclear weapon. If he couldn't have that, he wanted to retreat. Okanogi no longer doubted it. The enemy commander was a genius. Under a mighty commander, all soldiers become heroes. He wanted to see the face of the commander, or at least he wanted to know their name. But then Okanogi remembered that demons used to live in Hinamizawa. He also realized the commander had to be a demon. This is Nightingale 13, I'm down. Phoenix 4, I'm down. This is Skylark 10. I can hear the voices of children. I'm surrounded. Help me. Skylark 10, fall back. To where? Wah! I need the Wilhelm scream or something like that now. The ah! Scariest thing, the sound of children in the woods. Or any, like, abandoned thing or whatever. Yeah, honestly, woods would be, like, scariest, honestly. At night, in the woods, hearing children. This is Phoenix 9. I found R, I'm following her, I need assistance. Phoenix 9, where are you? I don't know where you are. Give me your current location. There is a fog. It's cold. Is this a riverbank? Phoenix 9, there are no rivers anywhere near us. Calm down, where are you? What? I can see my dead sister on the other side of the river. Oh no. Phoenix 9. Phoenix 9. That's... Don't go into the light. Been loading my new stream deck with a bunch of soundboards. Audio definitely nice for quicks. Yeah. That's cool. I think I would have trouble fixing a stream deck, although that would although once I got it, it would probably once I figured it out, it would probably be very helpful, I imagine. But those things can be kind of pricey, so it would definitely be on the back burner. Phoenix 9! Phoenix 9! Answer me! Phoenix 9 is down. It's impossible. It must be the demons of this mountain. I know they're all being demoned away. None of us are making out of here alive tonight. Stop saying things like that. All unit leaders, conduct a roll call and give your members some encouragement. Our enemies aren't demons. They're just a bunch of damn kids. Show them what we've got. I hear that. Whose intercom is it coming from? Not mine. It's not coming from mine. A bear? Wah! This is Phoenix 3. Are there wild bears here? What was it? That wasn't at the debriefing. Hey, Doobie. I wouldn't have grabbed one if it wasn't for the Prime Day sale on an old gift card I had. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, good. I'm glad you were able to get a good deal on it for sure. Nice. Phoenix 1, let's fall back. Give us approval to use firearms. Don't be stupid. There are no wild bears around here. It's just them. Don't let them fool you. Foolish humans. Know your sins for stepping onto this sacred ground. Be grateful to me, for I'm giving you a chance to atone. Damn it. She has one of our intercoms. Don't let the enemy fool you. You fearless humans. You can only learn by making mistakes, then I shall teach you. This is Nightingale 1. Where is everyone? Where did you all go? Come in, come in. I see a helpless bird getting lost in a forbidden forest. Do you want to know that badly? Do you want to know about the world of demons? Say goodbye to the world of humans. Curse your foolishness for not listening to my warning. Yeah. Who was that? Nightingale. Roll call. Roll call. Yeah. One more down. Who was it? By the way, HQ, I have someone on my left, right? I'm not alone, am I? Do you want to hear more painful voices? Yeah. What was that? What made that sound? I've seen someone jump in front of a train before. Made the exact same sound. It's the sound of a human body being crushed. No, I don't want to die like that. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please, God of the mountain, please stop. I'm not doing this because I want to. I'm doing this because I get paid for it. Somehow you think that makes that better? Nightingale 1 to base. This isn't working. Too many unit members are dropping out and it's almost impossible to get them to fight anymore. We can't maintain the battle line. We're just going to lose more men. Calm down, Nightingale 1. The rest of our soldiers are all amateurs in the field. You graduate from that hell. So what are you doing getting shook up? Calm down and set an example. Base, there's no response from Nightingale 1. Can't believe it, but he's down. This is impossible. They're demons. Oh, damn it. Our enemy's even using psychological warfare. Those damn punks are winning against a professional, unconventional warfare unit. Wow, if these are the professionals, I hate to see the amateurs. Radios are usually helpful communication tools, but in this case they backfired. The club members took an intercom from a mountain dog they knocked out and used it to corner the other members psychologically. That's the justification of most of the military. It worked even more effective because they were in the enemy territory and were unfamiliar with the terrain. The best solution would be to make everyone stop using the intercom, but that would give the enemy more chances to attack them individually. Okanogi was growing fearful of the club members, as he still hadn't grasped their true identities. However, Takano still hadn't realized how serious the situation was. She kept yelling at the mountain dogs to get their act together. Well, or to pay for college, really. Anyway. But, she kept yelling at the mountain dogs to get their act together. Okanogi could tell she was exactly the type of commander who only commanded to attack and let her men die. But Takano's reckless orders were working in a way. The club members were winning. Their out of operation was getting smaller. The club members were trying to lure their enemies to one trap after another. In other words, they were defeating the mountain dogs by allowing them to come into their territory. The mountain dogs were about to be annihilated, but the curtains were closing on the club members' theater too. Okanogi realized his enemies were trying to finish this battle in a hurry. If the mountain dogs fell back, everything they'd done would be for nothing. He didn't want to, but he had to follow the princess's order. Okanogi figured he was finally about to get to his enemies. Hanyu and Keiichi continued to act over the commandeered radio. Hanyu, that was great, Hanyu-chan. You sounded like a real god. You really were awesome, Hanyu. I never thought a normal person could sound like that. It's because she is a god. Nipa! Ow, ow, ow! But Keiichi was great too. His scream was incredible, like someone was strangling a chicken. That was easy for Keiichi-san, no? In our club, he is known as the Magician of Words. Embarrassing, highly trained technical specialists beat by a bunch of meddling kids. Yep. They are becoming a bunch of Scooby-Doo villains. It's folding. The mountain dogs, basically, are Scooby-Doo villains now. As long as my opponent is human belonging with ears, I can control him. She's become a voice actor. I bet you'd be famous. Nipa! Can you hear me? I'm Takano, Major Takano. I'm your boss's boss. Listen well, there is no god or demon. If there is, then you can still fight. Drag God down from its pedestal. Skylark and Nightingale, join up and reorganize your forces. Phoenix, you join the remainder of Heron. Parrot. Nipa! The enemies are near the top of the mountain. Their base is probably somewhere by the Forestry Service's storage shed. They're at the top, so of course they could see our movements. They'll be trying to ambush you, and if you have to stab each other, make sure you take them out. Major, let us arm ourselves. We need more than tasers. Absolutely not. Finally surrounded them. If you fall back, they'll escape. We almost have our hands around their necks. We just have to squeeze them. At the same time, Okanogi received another radio call. Using that line meant his caller didn't want Takano to hear the conversation. Okanogi understood the meaning of that, so he walked away from Takano and answered quietly. It's Takano's boss, isn't it? Command vehicle to Phoenix 1. There's been an emergency. Oh, wait. Okay, no. Research area of the clinic has been attacked. We received the intruder alarm from the entrance area, but it was turned off. But whoever turned it off didn't follow the false alarm procedure. Been trying to confirm the situation, but there's been no response as of yet. All the security unit members in the basement have gone quiet. Okanogi understood everything. He had been fooled. He suspected a diversion, but he never even thought that the heavily armed security unit of the Mountain Dog could be bested. If the enemies were soldiers in camouflage, then he wouldn't have been fooled. He underestimated them because he thought they were kids. But now he really understood. He understood the reason why no adults had showed up in this battle on the mountain. I get it. Did you let Kuku and Tokyo know? Not yet. Would you like me to? Do it now. Tomodake's escaped. They've closed the escape route, but I guess that's no use. They defeated even the armed security unit within seconds. I don't think one RPG could stop them. Should we send reinforcements to the blockade team? Well, if we have any extra men, the princess would have already sent them in. Actually, you're the only one who isn't doing anything. Get in touch with the blockade team. Tell them to be prepared for a vehicle trying to break through the roadblock. Roger. Now, if Okanogi was a smart man, he would basically be like, that's it, pack it up, we're heading out. You know, and just like flee the country. If Okanogi was a smart man, he is obviously not a smart man. Roger, we'll be ready. Everyone listen up. Just found out the clinic has been attacked and the hostage has escaped. The enemy is expected to break through the blockade. Get the RPG ready. We'll fire at them all at once. We have permission to shoot. One of the Mountain Dogs nodded and opened a narrow case in the trunk of the van. In that case was a powerful anti-tank weapon designated RPG-7. This was a weapon that many said changed the history of modern warfare. After all, this terrifying weapon had a firing range over several hundred meters, and it was capable of bearing most tanks in existence. The dawn of this weapon meant that we were now in an age where a lone foot soldier possessed the firepower to destroy a tank. It was capable of reshaping the history of warfare. That was the RPG-7. Each one of the four members had an NP-5, the weapon used to destroy the tire on Irie's car. There was no question that the blockade team was well armed. They waited in the van until the enemy vehicle showed up. If they saw suspicious vehicles, they were planning to stop it by moving into the middle of the road. They were intending on destroying that vehicle by firing all at once. They all watched very carefully for suspicious vehicles coming from Hinamizawa. This was the only road that connected Hinamizawa to Okonomiya. It would take more than half a day to get there if they used a different route. Their blockade was where the gravel road changed to a paved road. It was what people called the village border, and was their last chance to stop anyone from leaving. Hinamizawa was at a higher elevation from that point, so the vehicle would be coming downhill. They were probably expecting a barricade as well as heavy resistance from the Mountain Dogs. If they wanted to pass this point, the only way would be by force. They could start a gunfight, but that would take too much time. Since they didn't want to waste any, they should avoid unnecessary conflict. Someone's stomach growled, but nobody made fun of it. That was understandable, since all the members were getting ready for a battle. Nobody even wanted to laugh. They looked at the clock. It was almost noon. Of course we'd be getting hungry. At the time they heard a noise coming from the direction of Hinamizawa. Obviously the car was going very fast. Here they come. The van moved to the middle of the road and stopped there. Some of them hid behind the van, and some hid in the bushes on the side of the road. They pointed their guns at the suspicious vehicle coming towards them. The car must have been going very fast, but this was a straight road. No matter how fast it was going, it couldn't escape. That car happened to belong to Kasai. Shining black paint and the sound of the engine made it clear that it was a very nice car. Wait until the last possible second. You can only fire once. Make sure to get them in one shot. The RPG-7 fires unguided rockets. Therefore, hitting a quickly moving target is extremely difficult. In this case, however, their target was straight ahead. The car tried to swerve suddenly, it'd flip. If that was the case, it wasn't necessary to shoot directly at it. Besides, according to what Kasai said, its power can easily flip a car without a direct hit. Even if there was only one chance to fire, the mountain dogs were definitely in an advantageous position. Tomitake, suspicious van is blocking the road. Please stay low. Careful. Try to hit the nose of the van. I know. I've done this before. The mountain dogs aimed at the vehicle. It was coming right for them. Not yet. Not yet. We need to let it 100 meters. I know. Just range me. The mountain dogs in the bushes laid in wait, ready to fire. The rocket on the tip glinted eerily, like it was waiting for prey. 200 meters. 150. Prepare to fire. The soldier put his finger on the trigger of the RPG. Whoa. Akasaka, prepare for impact. 100 meters. Fire. What happened? Did the RPG fire? It was when the one measuring the distance next to the shooter noticed something. The shooter's shoulder had been hit, and he was tumbling to the ground. Was there a sniper? I didn't hear anything, so it must have been from over 400 meters away. Who cares? Fire, fire, fire! Only their regular guns could stop the car now. The other mountain dogs fired all at once, but immediately they realized something. The car had been hit by a hail of bullets at close range. Any normal car would have been on fire in short order. But there was nothing. This wasn't a normal car. Of course it isn't. That's the Sonozaki family's specially made bulletproof limousine. Kasai! The spotter picked up the RPG. Don't let him fire. Huh? Do you think I'm going to miss him at this distance? Shion and Kasai were far beyond that straight road. They were in the enemy's blind spot on the other side of the hill on top of an abandoned car. Shion was on her knees, checking the mountain dog's movements with a pair of military-grade high-power binoculars. Kasai was lying on the top of the car with a sniper rifle in his hands. Shion figured this would be where the mountain dogs would place their ambush, so the only way for them to beat the dogs was to snipe at them. Both Shion and Kasai took sniping lessons in the US during the dam conflict. Kasai was now aiming at the man who picked up the RPG and was trying to take position with it. Hurry up, fire it! What? Again, the RPG wasn't fired and was down on the ground. The two who tried to shoot it were both groaning and clutching at their wounds. They were both shot in the shoulder. The wounds wouldn't kill them, but they definitely couldn't fire that rocket. The car had arrived. The mountain dog screamed and dove out of the way. Akasaka must have been used to driving in this kind of situation. He hit the nose of the van just right and broke through the blockade. The van was hurled away and spun in a circle. After them! Let's go, let's go! The mountain dogs tried to get back in the van. Shion and Kasai shot at them. A second. Okay, sorry, I thought I was hearing some feedback or something. I'm okay. There's a delay between the impact and the sound of the gunshot. It's an extra long-distance snipe. He must be a veteran sniper. Also a veteran spotter. He must know exactly where we are. Their aim is just too precise. The scope on the sniper rifle is one specifically made for sniping. Therefore, its field of vision is so narrow that the sniper is unable to see their surroundings well. That's why it's always necessary to pair up with a spotter. The spotter uses powerful binoculars to probe the situation, communicate information to the sniper. Snipers can't do their job alone. Their potential is unleashed only when paired up with a spotter equally as skilled. They tried to stand up and climb into the van, but the ultra-velocity rifle bullets pinned them down. The bullets ripped through the air, traveling faster than the speed of sound. The noise those bullets created was nothing like the sound from a normal gun. It almost sounded like the Grim Reaper himself swinging down his scythe. Furthermore, they could see the mountain dogs, but the dogs couldn't see them. Only those who actually had experience being sniped at could understand this fear. Joke's on them that sniper has no scoping. Kasai has been 360 no scoping this whole time. Can't even get near the van. Forget about us, just go. Okay, we'll go after them. There was a driver and one mountain dog in the van. They had to leave, otherwise it would be too late. The driver made a snap judgment and slammed on the gas pedal. Are they after us? Yeah, they're after us. Boy, he drives well. He's catching up in that van. Huh, that's worrying. Please fend them off. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. Tomitake opened a window near one of the back seats and leaned out. Hot air blew in the car. The car was jolting up and down on the bumpy road. He checked the mechanism of his gun calmly. He did it naturally, as though examining his favorite camera. The gun had been taken from one of the security guards in the basement. One of the dogs in the van held the same gun in his hands. Their weapons were evenly matched. The road was no longer straight. It curved like a snake. There were some bumps and sharp curves which made things in the car fly all over. A gunfight in this situation would be extremely difficult. Tomitake realized he'd run empty in no time if he wasted bullets, so instead of firing recklessly, he carefully waited for the right distance. In doing so, he tried to convince his enemy they were still out of range to make them close the gap. On the other hand, the mountain dog couldn't take it any longer. He fired, wasting his bullets on the bumpy road. Some of the bullets hit the body of Kasaya's car, making a nasty metallic noise. Tomitake, it's not safe to lean out like that. Don't worry. A shooter that clumsy can't hit me. If he was my student, he would have to start all over. In a situation like this, it's safer to wait and see for a moment. We learn to predict our opponent's behavior, and shooting depending on that prediction. Don't try to shoot the target. Try to let the bullet find it. Just like this. Tomitake fired for the first time after cautiously waiting for the perfect moment. Those who understood guns would be fascinated with his shooting form. His stance was so firm he didn't lose control, even in the violent burst of shots. Yet there was no unnecessary tension and just enough slack. Despite being in such an anomalous position as leaning out from a car, Tomitake was shooting very precisely. It was nothing like what the mountain dogs did earlier. He shot at just the right time so the bullet went where it was supposed to go. It is hard to believe that they were using the same gun. Nasty metallic sounds etched themselves into the body of the van, which made the mountain dogs realize just how good Tomitake was. Shit, he's a crazy good shot. He's just some office worker in Tokyo. I heard it once before. First Lieutenant Tomitake was transferred to the offices after an accident. But during his instructor years, he taught marksmanship for unconventional warfare units. Huh? What are you saying? Are you saying he's... Tomitake started to aim for the driver's seat to pressure them to give up. The mountain dog could tell they were in a predicament. Tomitake was capable of hitting his targets easily, even on such a bad road. Furthermore, they were in a bulletproof limousine. The mountain dogs were in a regular van. The van which, incidentally, was facing the limousine in pursuit. All his shots had just been warning ones. Unless the mountain dogs called out the chase, Tomitake would start shooting at them soon enough. They had no chance of winning. Phoenix 1 to pursuit vehicle. The blockade was broken through, that's enough. Don't go too far. Tomitake is an expert sniper. Don't throw away your lives. What do we do? Can we let them go? Roger, this is the pursuit vehicle. Abandoning pursuit, or falling back. Looks like they finally gave up. They're slowing down. Ooh. After such a gunfight, you're still so calm. I bet you've gone through quite a bit, huh? It's all thanks to my training. Tomitake, having slid back into the car, raised his fist in victory. He was as easy going as ever, even after a gunfight. Kasaka felt like he was finally getting to know Tomitake for the first time. First Lieutenant Tomitake, I'm glad you're safe. We're so worried that we couldn't get in touch with you. Tomitake was making a call from a telephone booth outside of Okonomiya. The phone lines around there were on a different network than the ones the mountain dogs had sabotaged. That was why he could make the call. Tomitake had called Tokyo immediately. He told Tokyo that there were some spies from the mountain dogs within Tokyo's research division. That's how they found out where he was. He also told them that he was captured, but that he'd escaped. He told them that they were fooled by the diversion. They were in the mountains as they spoke. Always captured, Major Takano, the Ringler, had hinted at the existence of masterminds she was working for, etc. Explained everything that he had learned thus far. Please take control of the Area Institute immediately. They've already fired repeatedly, and it will only be a matter of time before the villagers find something out. I urge you to give the command for the Bloodhounds to take action. Hello, this is Oka from the Research Division. I'm glad you're safe. The Bloodhounds are already standing by in the air, approximately 30 kilometers south of Hinamizawa. We've been requesting an order to move in, but the higher-ups are stubborn and don't want any problems, so they've been hesitating. But if you're safe, then that makes things simple. I'll tell them what you just told me now. I'm sure they'll approve the operation immediately. The Bloodhounds will arrive within 20 minutes. Hey, we just got an arrest order for Major Takano and First Lieutenant Okanoki. We also got orders to secure the Area Institute, as well as to disarm the Mountain Dogs. All thanks to you. Great job. Tomatake walked out of the telephone box. Is everything settled? Yeah. The Bloodhounds are moving in. They're already standing by in the air and should arrive within 20 minutes. How powerful are they? These Bloodhounds, that is. The Mountain Dogs are a multi-purpose unit, largely deployed to preserve secrecy, but the Bloodhounds are elite units specially trained to do battle. Both their skills and their equipment are far superior. Things will be taken care of very quickly. Akasaka looked at his watch. It's about 12:30. The Bloodhounds would arrive in about 20 minutes. Akasaka remembered how hungry he was. It was lunchtime already. If he was brave enough, he would head to a noodle shop. By the time he was done, everything would have ended. For the Mountain Dogs, who fought well until the last possible moment, it was ending rather too soon. They were in an area where rice fields and a residential area mix. It was the border of Okonomiya. The sun was covered by a thin layer of silver clouds and a cool breeze was blowing. It looked like it might even rain a little. The two of them couldn't even remember how many times their lives were threatened that day. They wanted nothing more than to let the rain soak their bodies. After a while, Akasaka spoke. So what do you think, Tomatake-san? What do you mean? I think I'll go back to Hinamizawa. The hounds bark loud. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they'll also probably actually have a bit of a bite. I'll go back to Hinamizawa. They're still fighting. Yeah, that's true. But are you sure? We're safe here. Rika-chan is waiting for me. I haven't kept my promise yet. Okay, then let's go back. I actually have something to take care of too. I was thinking of going back anyway. Akasaka, have you been on a helicopter before? I have a permit for one. They watched the breeze flowing over the rice fields for a while. They returned to the bullet-ridden car. The car started up quickly and they drove it back the way they came. It was only noon. There was still plenty of time before the Watchnagashi festival began. Clouds covered the sky and it suddenly grew cool. It was going to rain a bit, according to Okanogi's intuition. He knew that their enemy had broken through the blockade, but he hadn't told Takano about it. But by then, it really didn't make any difference if she knew or not, and he also wanted to reach the top of the mountain. Okanogi was only thinking about one thing. He was thinking about the enemy's commander, who made the day so horrible for him. He just couldn't accept his defeat until he saw the enemy's commander face to face. The battle was already lost. They just had a princess who didn't think they had yet. The rest of the Mountain Dogs fall into the traps and ambushes. Okanogi had ordered all units except his own to fall back from the front line and into the vehicles. The only ones left to go on were the very determined princess, Okanogi himself, and a handful of exhausted members of the Mountain Dogs who could barely walk. Eventually, the slope became a little more gentle. Okanogi and his companions finally arrived at the storage shack of the Forest Service. The club members were well aware the Mountain Dogs had been almost totally annihilated. Both the numbers and strength of the dogs had fallen far below that of the club members. Therefore, when Okanogi saw his opponents lined up there to welcome them, he wasn't surprised. It was all the kids who'd driven the Mountain Dogs to destruction that entire day. They had also fought with everything they had. Though they had overwhelmed us from start to finish, they had used up all their stamina and were on their last legs as well. So their willpower kept them standing. A will born of the victor's honor, which God granted only to the winners. There she is. It's our Okanogi. Capture her. Major, how can you even say that to us under these circumstances? What? Are you disobeying my order? Oh no. I have no intention of doing that. Kanogi removed his communication unit, his chaser, and all the heavy equipment he had been carrying. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and told his men to stay put as he stepped forward. He strode forward about half of the distance toward the club members. I'm Okanogi, also known as Phoenix One of the Mountain Dogs. I'm here to pay my respects to your leader. May I have their name? The club members looked at each other, and was a girl taller than the others. She couldn't be that old, but her hawk-like eyes were sharp as a veteran soldier's. Okanogi didn't know her circumstances, but only those whose lives were threatened on a daily basis had eyes like that. I'm the leader of this club. My name is Mion Sonozaki. The girl stepped forward. How old are you? No, your age doesn't matter. The turmoil at the police station this morning, this battle in the mountain. Are you responsible for it all? The girl didn't answer, but her silence confirmed it more strongly than anything she could have said. You've won this battle. Our princess is the only one who can't understand that. There's nothing else we can do at this point. Tamatake broke through the blockade. I'm sure he's already called Tokyo. I don't know when the suppression unit will arrive, but it's just a matter of time, I'm sure. If you want to laugh, go right ahead. Okanogi, what are you doing? That's the enemy commander. Take her down. Don't pay any attention to her. What do you want? You're our leader. So am I. You understand, don't you? Is he surrendering? I can understand. Who's in charge of the whole army? And all his men are down. So we can't just nod his head and accept defeat. So the defeated general can only requite himself by sacrificing himself, huh? Fine. Do what you need to satisfy yourself. I appreciate it. Mion took a stance. Okanogi took a stance too. Though Okanogi was nothing like Akasaka, he was still a close combat specialist. Even when exhausted, there was no way Mion could defeat him. Takano thought so too. She thought Mion was underestimating Okanogi, but Mion knew. She knew that she was the only one who could put him at ease. Are you ready? Take this. Huh. Okanogi readied, light sharp from his waist, but Mion deflected it to the side with her elbow, wrapped her around underneath it, wrenching it back behind him and forced it up into a hold. Then she twisted his arm even further. Okanogi was certain she was going to snap a bone. It was an excellent technique. She took his arm in one flowing motion. It was clear that Mion's self-defense techniques weren't spur of the moment. However, she didn't break Okanogi's arm, but instead threw him onto the ground. She didn't deliver the final blow, but rather chose to look down on him. Not bad. Okanogi, what are you doing? Hurry up and subdue her. Shut up. You just shut up and watch. This is a battle between leaders of men. Okanogi got up quickly, took a stance once again, and then swung his arm down. I've had to do that move to someone before. Oh wow, really? I'm trying to remember. Did I ever do that specific maneuver on someone? Or something very similar to that? I did martial arts stuff years and years ago. School bully never got bullied again. Yeah, that's not surprising. Okanogi got up quickly, took a stance again, and then swung his arm down. But Mion avoided it effortlessly, and just like she did before, she grabbed his arm and turned it around. You're in the same position as before. And just like what happened then, she didn't break his arm, but threw him onto the ground and looked down on him. A rotation throw, huh? When you move, it's not the Yoshin Kan technique, is it? Is it that classic Kobukan one? The way, when you take your opponent's arm, you can knee him in the face if you want. I see. I'll try that next time. Wow. Mion is incredible. She's actually standing toe-to-toe with their commander. Kanogi, use your weapons. What do you think you're doing? Here I come. Ah! He had a stronger drive this time. He tried to kick right through her from a step and a half away. Love how he's teaching her to do more damage. Yeah. This time, Mion stepped in to launch her own attack, jumping right towards the foot, trying hard to kick her. Mion kept herself low as she entered close range with Okanogi, shooting out his leg trying to kick her. So of course he went after her head, getting right his right arm to elbow her in the skull. But this time Mion rose up, using both hands to keep his arm from swinging down. Unlike the flowing motions from her, this was simply a contest of strength. His physique was overwhelmingly superior to hers, so she couldn't win that test of strength. Suddenly, Mion let go and allowed Okanogi's elbow to come down. Then she stepped to the side. It's another repeat of before. Okanogi's arm was held to his back, and he ended up in the same position. But what came after was different. Okanogi's face lowered as Mion lifted his arm up high, and then she swiftly brought her knee into his face. It was exactly the technique that Okanogi told her about just earlier. And once again, he was down on the ground. That's it. Learn quickly, don't you? You know, strategies, tactics, and combat. You already have everything you need to be an effective commander. You should have been in my position. You should have been the one to lead those shitty mountain dogs. He just... Huh. Sorry, I never want to be a leader of a shady unit like yours. Mion scoffed. Okanogi took it with a smile too. He wasn't trying to be humble, it was just his pure reaction. You're right. You shouldn't waste your talent on Japanese unconventional warfare units. I bet you could lead in the SAS, Delta, Spetsnaz. Whichever you joined, you'd be one of their best. SAS, Delta Force. Lame. All of that is just way too boring. I guess you're right. You're right. And tell me, what kind of folks do you want to be CO for? I'm not interested in being in charge of any units at all. Being a leader's fine. A leader? A leader of the British Intelligence Service, huh? That's fitting. No way. Listen, there's only one club I want to leave. That's the club in our Hinamizawa branch school. I'm interested in games without penalties. The magician of words, Keiichi Maebara, seeker of all things adorable and cute, Reina Ryugu, trap master Satoko, and the charm and enticer Rika-chan. And last but not least, our newcomer, Hanyu Furude. I'll never find anything more fun than playing with them, even if I search this entire world. No wonder we couldn't win. With her as their leader, there's no way we could have won. Okanogi, get a hold of yourself. Kano yelled at him, but Okanogi didn't hear it. Are we finished with the warm-up? This next one is for real. You're going to die. Be ready for that. Come on. I'll give you a fitting end. Something you've been wanting all this time. Good enough. Here I come. Okanogi took about 5 steps backwards and breathed deep. His body twisted as he gathered all his spirit into his right fist. Just as he said, his next attack would be for real. He was putting everything he had into this one final blow. Mion narrowed her eyes, preparing to parry the blow with her side. The sky began to stir. They both felt raindrops on their foreheads. Here I go. I'm gonna kill you. So come get me, okay? Whenever you're done praying, go right ahead. That one tense moment was suddenly brought to an end. Wah! He dashed forward from a low position, just like a runner from a starting line. Then he added the twist from his body into the blow, as his right arm roared with all his power. A bolt of lightning, punctuate that moment in time, burning the moment to our eyes. In that moment, Mion's stance hadn't changed at all. No. Maybe she moved like lightning in the moment it struck. We had to recall the moment burned into our eyes to review the scene. Okanogi had swung with his right fist, which had enough power to shatter Mion's bones. So what if 100% of his power was directed back at him in a counterattack? When the lightning struck, Okanogi's body had been flying through the air. It was a legendary technique in Japanese martial arts passed down in Judo and Aikido, the air throw. It looks as if one is being thrown without his opponent even touching him. A miraculous technique that occurs at lightning speed. I did it, Chad. I said. Of all the techniques Mion possessed, it was the most sublime, advanced technique she could administer on the defeated General Okanogi. The feeling of freedom while flying in the air is more memorable than the impact of hitting the ground, supposedly. When Okanogi hit the ground behind Mion, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall. And just as it did, a massive helicopter appeared from the other side of the mountain. The helicopter's rotor stirred up the air and blew away the raindrops like in a tornado. The rotor sounded much like a tornado too. A rope uncoiled from the rear of the helicopter, and soldiers came sliding down it one after another. The onlookers were stunned for a moment before realizing what they were seeing. It was the Bloodhounds. The Bloodhounds that Tomotage had called in. Having realized how bad the situation had become, Okanogi returned the other members of the Mountain Dogs. Nothing was going their way anymore. The Mountain Dogs ran down the slope and disappeared into the woods. They dragged Takano with them, and couldn't understand what was going on. A voice echoed from a speaker attached to another helicopter circling around the mountain. To all staff at the Irie Institute, today at 12:30 p.m., the Institute's independent authority was frozen and is now under the control of the Bloodhounds. As of the same moment, HQ has ordered complete disarmament of all Irie Institute staff. All Mountain Dogs are to disarm themselves immediately and gather at the parking lot of the clinic or at the storage shack at the top of the mountain. A failure to respond, accordingly, will result in discipline not only under civilian law, but under self-defense force rules as well. Bloodhound members continued to slide down the rope from the helicopter. Even at a glance, they were very different from the Mountain Dogs. They were armed more heavily, and the guns they had were much larger. Such things clearly differentiated the two units. Does this mean that we have won? I don't know. I've never seen this before, so I don't know if we really did. Satoko and Rika sat down and hugged each other. They were both soaked in rain, but they still sat down in the mud. Mion stood solemnly in the rain as the leader of the winning team. The Mountain Dogs had abandoned the field. They all ran away with their tails between their legs. Keiichi and Reina ran over to Mion. Mion. Mii-chan. It's over. Yeah. Club activity is over. Kika-chan is safe. Everyone else is safe. Mii-chan, it's our victory. You led us this far, Mion. It's all thanks to you. But Mion didn't seem to be listening to Keiichi and Reina. Instead, she mumbled to herself. Lack punishments. Eh? Club activities can be cruel, huh? If I had to decide who's the loser. So that means everyone looks down on whoever does lose, right? We don't look down on anyone. We just do the punishment and that's it. Yeah. We do the punishment and that's it. We'll enjoy laughing at the loser and forget about it. That's what I like what we do. We all laugh, including the one who came in last. Nobody gets hurt. We all laugh and then we're done with it. That Okanogi guy thought he couldn't purify his sins unless he was defeated by me. I mean, sure, it got pretty serious. I'm almost killed too. But it's all over, right? The game is over. And though it is, there's no punishment for the Mountain Dogs. Mion might have realized something when she threw Okanogi. Keiichi didn't think anybody else could understand that. I don't know what you're trying to say, Mion. Forget about him. It's all over for them anyway. Yeah, you're right. Everything is all over now. We're all alive. Nobody got seriously hurt. So, let's enjoy our happy ending. That's right. Nobody got hurt. Really is a happy ending. While they hadn't yet confirmed Shion and Kasai's safety, they were correct. And this was the happy ending they had all been fighting for. However, Mion was still thinking. She only understood the reason for that in the moment the thunder struck. But as soon as the flash of the lightning disappeared, her understanding vanished as well. All she could remember was that she noticed something very important, and that shortly after she completely forgot about it. She could only feel a great sense of loss. The bloodhounds soon surrounded the club members. At first they thought the club members were the enemies, but when Tomitake appeared he explained the whole situation. The commander of the bloodhounds appeared to beg club members not to say a word about anything, as it was a politically sensitive incident. It was amusing to see a man like that beg while carrying all those weapons. Of course, they had no intention of talking to anyone about it. Once it had ended, it all felt like a bad dream. If on the following day someone asked what they had been doing, they might not even remember it. This day was that unrealistic for them. So even if they were asked, they wouldn't say a word. Rika-chan, glad you're safe. Akasaka, glad you're safe too. Meep, meep, meep. All worked out great too. Are you alright? The clinic has been occupied by the watchdogs. The mountain dogs are all surrendering too. Dr. Irie and a boy he was riding with have been put under the bloodhound's protection as well. Coach is safe too, isn't? Is he? I'm glad about that. Wait, a boy? I do wonder who that could be. Perhaps Tomitake or Okamura were injured. Satoko, very happy for you. Rika's smile made it clear on what she had gone through. Someone who could only smile like that after a long and exhausting struggle. Satoko had no idea what that smile meant, how much time would be needed to make her understand. Still, Irie will do something about it. For certain, he will bring Satoko's Nini back home. That's right, Satoko. You haven't taken your shot today, have you? And forget about that. Ah, quite true. How troublesome that I can't forget about that shot even in this situation. Satoko seemed to have no idea that her medication was connected to the syndrome. Perhaps she was already aware, but pretended not to be. Rika vowed to herself that no matter how long it took, she was going to witness her own eyes the moment her best friend finally parted with her tragic past. At least I only need to take this shot twice a day. It was 3 times for the previous one. Satoko also had no idea that Satoshi was involved in the development of her medication. Eri had said that Satoshi, as a specimen, had contributed much to Satoko's treatment. Even while asleep, Satoshi longed to ease the burden on Satoko. And those feelings must have influenced Satoko's medicine somehow. Satoko had to inject herself in the stomach. For privacy, she ran into the grove of trees to give herself a shot. There was no danger in her doing so. One after another, the bloodhounds dropped down from the helicopters. Each helicopter must have carried at least 20 to 30 soldiers. There was 1 helicopter at the top of the mountain, and 2 more halfway down the slope. Troops were pouring down from all of them, leading to the impression that the entire mountain was under the bloodhounds' control. Nobody fired their weapons even once. The mountain dogs had no choice but to surrender. It wasn't raining hard at all. The sky should clear up after 20 or 30 minutes. It was the volatile weather typical of early summer. Satoko soon returned and spoke to her best friend. Rika, I haven't seen Hanyu around. She was here a moment ago. Huh? Hanyu? Hanyu? Where are you? It was stupid. I bet this is Takano. It was stupid of me to think that Takano had sent more support. They're acting as though they'd known of their loss for a while now. I was the only one who didn't know. What's going on? Tell me this minute, Okanoki. This is it. Then the bloodhounds. Tomitake called them in. The bloodhounds? Heard the name before, but are they similar to the mountain dogs? Why aren't you fighting back? You've got to be kidding me. Are you going to play the Ray chapter after this? I'm debating. So, in either case, right after, I will for sure, since I'll be gone for a week, starting tomorrow, I'll do something, just like something else that's like maybe a one-off or whatever, or I mean, you know, not part of a series or whatever. And then whenever I finish that, I might go back and do Ray. I'm debating on it, and I'll probably like, I'll honestly probably ask for like, how the community feels about that. Part of it, I may have to check the length or whatever. I imagine it would honestly be kind of short, actually. I know. Kind of 50-50 about it. Anyway. You gotta be kidding me. We mountain dogs are simply a counterintelligence unit. On the other hand, the Bloodhounds are a real combat battalion. There's no way we could defeat them. The remaining 3 members looked at me in exhaustion. Why are they here in the first place? To capture Tomotage. Are there more spies? Who are they? Major, the clinic was attacked earlier. Haven't you heard that First Lieutenant Tomotage escaped? One of the 3 spoke up timidly, but Okanogi signaled him to shut up. Nobody told me this. When did that happen? What's going on, Okanogi? Isn't there a blockade exactly so that they couldn't escape the village? They aren't even responding to me anymore. I've been left behind. The only one who didn't know. I'm being left out. The members looked at Okanogi waiting for his command. Nobody is waiting for my order. Nobody even cares about my orders. Commander, there's a radio call from the command vehicle. One of the members handed the intercom to Okanogi. This is Phoenix 1. Commander, final orders from Kuko. Execute Kuko. Or Kuko. Cuckoo. Yeah. Takano's getting a bullet, isn't she? Kuko. Cuckoo. Roger that. The Bloodhounds have us surrounded. We're being advised to surrender. What should we do? Command vehicle? Oh. Ota and Adachi. Good work. You're cleared to surrender. Disarm yourselves and follow the orders of the Bloodhounds. Roger that, Commander. All units listen up. The command vehicle has been compromised. The clinic is probably in the enemy's hands as well. We've lost all our backup as well as equipment. All teams have been wiped out. I'm sure everyone is disarming themselves. The mountain dogs have been completely defeated. Not yet. Get in touch with Nomura-san in Tokyo. The Bloodhounds, so what? She'll send in units who can beat them immediately. R is still alive. Can activate the final operation. I must let Nomura-san know that. We have to restore communications with Tokyo. We really shouldn't have cut the telephone connections. But we did, so we'll have to recover the command vehicle. We'll get in touch with Tokyo on the radio. Fortunately, the men in the command vehicle surrendered without resistance, so I'm sure the Bloodhound's guard is down. Okanogi, you and the other 3 will be enough. It's still the 19th of June. The operation starts on the 21st, or is it supposed to be the 22nd? We still have time. We'll manage, Okanogi. Go recover the command vehicle immediately. Why can't you follow my orders? I'm a major. I'm your superior. Why are you listening to Okanogi, but not me? Major, didn't you hear what the helicopter said earlier? We've lost. There is absolutely nothing we can do anymore. What are you saying, Okanogi? You're already giving up? You saw that R is alive, didn't you? What happened today was all because of the rumor that R was dead. But she's alive. That means today didn't happen. You can still use the emergency manual. As long as the Queen Care is alive, all we have to do is kill her, and we'll have 48 hours to execute the manual. Major, it's far beyond that point already. Tokyo doesn't care about the Queen Care of the 48 hours after death. Our final operation is a complete failure. Our clients must be running around desperately trying to destroy evidence. Our job here is done. I command the Mountain Dogs for about 10 years. It was a valuable experience, but it's all over today. And Major, your job is over too. What? What do you mean my job is over? What are you talking about? Major. Someone doesn't know when they're defeated. Yup. She was defeated a while back, actually. Major. Your job was to rear that scrapbook in your hands. What are you talking about? Do you expect Okinogi to start talking about my grandfather's scrapbook? I don't doubt that there is a disease called Hinamizawa syndrome. But the whole village going into a panic 48 hours after the queen dies? No one's ever gonna see that happen. No one knows if that's true or not. Don't be ridiculous. Look here. It's somewhere in here. Where? I know it's in here. Studies of other similar parasites in brains that statistics say... Where is it? Flip through the pages of the scrapbook in a panic. I can't even remember which page I'm looking for. Okinogi slapped the scrapbook aside and it thudded. It landed in a muddy puddle, so it splashed onto the ground. The open pages of the scrapbook were face down in the muddy water, a returning color as they soaked up the mud. What are you doing? This is the most important. As I crouched down to pick up the scrapbook, Okinogi stepped on it. A splash of muddy water hit me in the face. I had to witness my precious scrapbook being stepped on and covered in filth. Major, I don't really care if what's in this scrapbook is true or false. As a matter of fact, nobody does. But what do you mean by that? Tried to get the scrapbook from under Okinogi's foot, but I couldn't pull it out. The clients in Tokyo merely wanted to see how many people would actually believe what's in the scrapbook. They didn't even care if it was the truth or lies as long as it was believable. They didn't care? No, they didn't. They just wanted some famous doctors to research the subject and come up with a report full of difficult terminology so they could deceive people. And that was your job. No, this isn't a lie. Oh. Thank you very much for the follow, Anchor Arm Buff Pants. Oh, come on in. Thank you very much for coming by. Oh, and thank you for the fluid check. Nope. Cup is empty. Just a moment. I have water pitcher. All right. For some reason, my follow didn't trigger. That's weird. This isn't a lie. My grandfather and I researched it for so many years. Come on, move your foot. The scrapbook is getting soaked through. Trying my best, but it's not ruined, but it's no use. The queen dies and the village must be killed. All you had to do was convince the higher-ups of that crazy story. Nobody cared about the parasites to begin with. They only cared if it could be used for political gain. You knew that, didn't you? And at this point, nobody will ever pay attention to any of that nonsense again. A lot of people bet on this scrapbook, and they lost. The mountain dogs lost too. That's all there is to it. This isn't nonsense. The scrapbook holds the truth. Everything in it is the truth. My grandpa researched. I researched it, and this is the result. Everyone believed in it. And that's why they built such a beautiful research center, isn't it? They believed it, and that was why Nomura-san got in touch with me. There must be other people who still believe in my work. Because all this is for the future of mankind. Ah! Okinogi got fed up and kicked me. I didn't weigh much, so I fell backwards and became soaked in the muddy water. Then he walked over and looked down at me. Fortunately, there's still something the clients in Tokyo are expecting from you. Hey. The mountain dogs handed a gun to Okinogi. Yup. Okinogi checked the cylinder and then threw it over to me. What? What is this? Major, why don't you use that to shoot yourself in the head? What? I looked at the gun. Used to sing guns working at the Erie Institute as I do. Was never frightened by guns before. But for the first time I felt scared just looking at one. You know, This happens all the time, Major. Please take responsibility as the leader of the defeated force and shoot yourself. What are you saying? Nobody has ever told me to die before. Nobody has ever told me to kill myself. If you die, the clients can just blame you for everything. Actually, Tokyo is already preparing to do that. Don't be ridiculous. Why should I have to do that? But... starting to sob. My body is shaking all over. Well, you don't have to do it yourself if you don't want to. And that's too much to ask of you right now. Kanagi pulled his gun out and pointed it at me. The other members, having realized everything would work out if I die, just looked at me coldly. Going to say that I tried to talk you into surrendering, but you refused. We shot at each other and I had to kill you. That's the scenario. I gave you the gun so that you could kill yourself rather than being killed by me. It's to show my appreciation for the time we've known each other. I don't want it to end like that. No. Came up with this plan in the first place. Don't want this. It was your dearest friend, Nomura-san from Tokyo. Eh? I had a plan for damage control in case the final operation failed. Nomura's code name is Cuckoo. And yours is Baby Bird, isn't it? Do you know where cuckoos lay their eggs? What? Cuckoos lay their eggs in other birds' nests. Once they hatch, they kill the young of the original owner by pushing them out of the nest and then take it over. The baby birds on the ground are left helpless, and they usually end up eaten by mountain dogs. Wow, that's a very on-the-nose code name there. Ahem. It's the money I got from Uncle Koizumi to pay the mountain dogs, thinking I'd gained a reliable ally. I always thought that old Kanogi was barbaric, he was very reliable. But my nest been taken over. Major, you never had any allies to begin with. All you had to do was exactly what the clients in Tokyo wanted you to. Now it's over. Now you need to exit the stage. Take it. It's your precious scrapbook. Hold that in your left hand and pick up the gun with your right. The scrapbook was finally returned to me covered in mud. Held it with both hands. Cried. Oh. What a joke the entire life of Mio Takano was. Right now was when I should just go back inside that chain-link fence. Shaking hands held the ice-cold gun. There's only one bullet in here. Sometimes a bullet can ricochet on the scalp. That's why people usually put the muzzle in their mouths. Come on, hold the gun. Point it like this. Die. In the hills of the mountain, a single gunshot echoed. That gunshot, members of the Bloodhounds rushed in. Kanogi and their men raised their hands in surrender. Major Takano was with us. She refused to surrender. She tried shooting at us, so I had to fire a shot to intimidate her. Fever 7 to lead her. Arrested First Lieutenant Okanogi and 3 other members of the Mountain Dogs. Major Takano was on the run. Our footprints are heading southwest, but the brush is too thick and we can't go any further. Requesting backup. Major Takano is armed. I repeat, Major Takano is armed. Retriever leader to all units. Major Takano is on the run. She's armed, so be cautious. Patrol the air and force her out. I'm running through the mountain covered in dirt, still holding the muddy scrapbook. Keep falling because of the mud, and branches and tree roots continue to torment me. I lost one of my shoes, so I decided to get rid of the other shoe too. This isn't the first time I've had to run like this. This isn't the first time I've ran barefoot. This is the first time I've felt such pain on the soles of my feet. The first time I've cried like this. I repeat, Major Takano, disarm yourselves and surrender. You can't escape. The Mountain Dogs have surrendered. You have no more allies. The helicopter above my head is calling out my name. Crawled into a hollow tree. I held my knees and hid. The last time I ran barefoot like this was a very long time ago. My feet are bloody and swollen and I can no longer walk. I can only cry as I bite the corner of my scrapbook. Sadness and humiliation fight for dominance in my heart. I feel sad, I cry, and when I feel humiliated, I scratch myself to calm my anger. And I still have the gun in my right hand. The one The one with a single bullet in it. To kill myself. Death is the only thing that can bring it all to an end. Self is the only way to go back to that day. I look at the scrapbook in my left hand. I'm assaulted by sadness and fear. I don't want to die. Want to die. Just die. Atone for your actions with your death. Recall the look in Okanogi's eyes. I know I've committed sins. So many sins. Too many of them. More sins than I could possibly atone for. But do I have to die for them? No, I don't want to die. Right again, and then notice something. Someone standing nearby. It's the girl. The girl whom I met when I came to Hirimizawa and the Eerie Institute was first opened. I met this girl at the shrine when I declared war on God. This girl is the god of this place. God looked at me and sneered rather than sympathizing. Are you still trying to take God's place? Do you still deny that you're human? Long time no see. I lost. I lost this game. This is what I get for challenging God, I guess. Human child. Are you still after the position of a god? Still willing to endure for the sake of opposing the divine? No way. Taking God's place really is impossible. Human child, listen well. Show you the way to godhood. Eh? The gun in your right hand. End your life. Position of a god requires no flesh. Don't expect people to recognize your existence. And God is lonesome. Foolish child wanted to become one. Is that what you still desire? Are you... me to shoot myself with this? That's it. Something that simple would make me a god. It's so simple. Then what is this? What have I been doing all this time? You shouldered the sins of many others. Purified all their sins by sacrificing yourself. Courage will be praised and be allowed to take a seat among the gods. Is that telling me to be their scapegoat? Take responsibility for all of them and die? Fuck you. I refuse. Absolutely refuse. Why don't you want that? Obtain peace in the human world. There's always be one sacrifice for one sin. Isn't that the truth of the human world? Isn't that the method for purifying sin? Didn't you want to sacrifice one girl for the future you desired? What are you talking about? I don't understand anything you're saying. Don't, because you're human. You don't even know how stupid you were to even want to become a god. I do. I don't want to die for other people to become a god. No way. Don't want to become a god at all. I'm fine with being human. I just wanted someone to forgive me for being that way. That's all. But why is this happening? And how will you purify this stain? How will you pay the price? Why does someone have to take the blame? They're all pushing responsibility onto other people. This way and that, just so they don't have to dirty their own hands. Is that just what happens in the human world? Well, that's not. My parents and my grandpa were alive. Things like that didn't happen. We're all happy. Nobody blamed anyone else. Did I fall out of that world? Am I wandering around in the mountains alone in the rain? Why me? This is the punishment. My sins, isn't it? I knew it. I noticed it. I had made a huge mistake. But I didn't want to admit it. And when it was too late, I regretted it for the first time. So this is the punishment for my sins. The human world will want you to purify your sins. They'll be purified when you sacrifice yourself. That's the way of the human world. However, I'm not human. A being above man. A being which fills in the missing gaps in harmony. A being that forgives human sins. Man cannot forgive the sins of man. I'm the one who forgives the sins of man. I forgive you. Demanding a sacrifice to be paid for sins isn't the way of the human world. It's the way of demons. So this is not the world of man. It's the world of demons created by man and the demons infesting them. Humans cannot end that way of their world. So I became a god to grant that end. It was over 1,000 years of pain. I want to come down from this place. Start a world where God doesn't need to make peace. And finally, after 1,000 years' time, I have found that fragment. Human child, I will forgive your sins in my name. Kneel and repent. Ask for forgiveness. Then you shall receive it. God will forgive you. Forgive your human sins. The god in human form walked up to me and reached out. As I knelt and looked down, she touched my head. Hanyu, where are you? Hanyu-chan, answer if you can hear us. I heard voices in the distance. And then I saw a girl standing in front of me. She's one of Mion's club members, my most hated enemies. Shit, she's found me. Rain had already ceased. I decided to come out of the hollow tree. The rain had grown so humid, I was starting to sweat all over. Soaked in sweat, mud, and rain, I feel filthy. I've been bitten by mosquitoes and my body is itching all over. This is why I hate the mountains. Say a word. I pointed the gun at her. The girl just looked at me calmly as if she didn't see it. Or at least she did follow my order. What should I do? Should I take her as my hostage? Only have one bullet. How long can I keep running for? Hanyu, where are you? Damn, she really is lost. Ah, there she is. Hanyu-san. Hanyu, where have you... I really am unlucky to the end. Or maybe you could call this a kind of luck. Even if at all, I managed to get some vengeance. Do you know what this is? It's a gun. Don't you dare move. The tables have turned now. Damn it, why now? Yun-chan, if you don't want anyone else to get shot, step forward. Don't do it, Mi-chan. Yun stepped forward quietly. She certainly has a lot of courage. No wonder she's their leader. Thanks to you, I've been ruined. Some scary men on the mountain want me dead. They won't forgive me, but I can't just go out like that. Or at least I want some revenge. Huh? I know you only have one bullet in that gun. That's right. That one bullet could kill Mion-chan, couldn't it? Takano. Going to shoot her? Don't move. If you do, I really might just fire this gun. Don't any of you move. Just stay behind me. How courageous. Is there some spirit of self-sacrifice? Rather be shot yourself than let your friends be shot? Well, it's not that easy to kill someone with just one shot. Of course, it depends on where you hit, though. I'm surprised. You can be so brave. You want me to shoot you for all the others? Just so you know, if you think that I'll hesitate to shoot. Because they'll rush over here once they hear it, you're sadly mistaken. Go ahead, shoot me. But after you do, my friends will rip you to pieces. Let them try. They say you dig 2 holes when you curse another. Going down along with the great commander who made Okanogi surrender wouldn't be so bad. Go ahead and shoot me. Make sure that it's me you hit. If you shoot anyone else, I'll put you through hell. Crash it. Okay. You have a good one. Thank you so much for coming by. I'll put the remainder of the VOD. I'll be putting the VOD up on YouTube after the stream ends, so it will definitely be ready for tomorrow, and of course it'll be up here on Twitch and Kick. Yes. Shoot anyone else, I'll put you through hell. Oh my, I'm shaking. No, don't be, Chan. Takano was serious. She really will shoot you. Somehow, we'll have to buy some time. And the Bloodhounds will come by for sure. Sure they will. But I'll shoot myself before I lose my chance. Let's see, where should I hit her? I'm not good at this, so forgive me for not being able to aim that well. Me. You aren't serious, are you? Don't anyone move. I'm the leader of this club. If I can protect you all, I'll be satisfied with that. If I don't make it, set up a shrine inside of my locker and pray for me there. You'll be taking over my position, Kei-chan. Help him out, okay? Mion is prepared to die. Already cornered. Won't accept any words of negotiation. Mion understands that she doesn't want anyone else to be killed. So that's why she chose to be a shield for her friends. That was an easy decision for her to make, because none of her friends would end up hurt. She ends up just getting injured. It'd be a stroke of luck as far as she's concerned. Even if she doesn't make it, she thinks that's far better than seeing any of her friends die. And that's why Takano will shoot. Even though she understands Mion's noble intentions very well, it's too visceral for her to accept, so she'll shoot. Pull the trigger. With all the absurdities of the human world riding on that bullet, I'll shoot her. You all play games often, right? Have you ever played Old Maid? No. Played Old Man, though. They use the same rules. World is just like a game of Old Maid. Everyone's trying to foist the Old Maid onto someone else. It's a game that seeks to determine not a winner, but a single loser, the sacrifice. See, I picked the Joker, but there's nobody else to pass the card to. That's why I'll shoot you as my revenge. Fitting for this irrational world of man, isn't it? Preparing myself to shoot. There's no hesitation left in me. I'll shoot her, I'm serious. Close her eyes and open her arms, trying to try and shield her friends as much as she could. That was when Hanyu stepped forward and placed herself in front of Mion. Hanyu, get back. Brave Mion. It's your courage, that's more than enough. The Joker can't be passed to anyone else in this human world.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not.
Hello, North Kells. Welcome on in. We are at the climax of Higurashi. It's just... Then it's my job to accept it. Hanyu, what are you? Rika, I had a lot of fun in this world. Thank you for letting me join the club. So much more fun than to be in it than just to watch. So thank you. I enjoyed myself. So happy spending time with all of you. That moment, Hanyu glared at me adamantly. Now shoot me, child of man. That sin you can was foist onto another. I will accept it. Okay. Fine, die. Club members must have thought I was joking, or bluffing. They didn't think that I would actually shoot. There was a noise like something exploding. World War Time became as sticky as syrup. We saw it happen. Silver bullet hitting an invisible wall in front of Hanyu. So the wall was protecting her. The bullet wanted to pierce Hanyu's chest, but it couldn't reach its goal. A bead of sweat formed on Hanyu's forehead. She had stopped the bullet with an invisible force. Hanyu! I'm okay. I can do this even in human form. Silver bullet was being pushed back. Takano was startled by this otherworldly phenomenon, but then she spoke one phrase. You... monster! Bullet smashed through that invisible wall. It's no longer a wall at all. There was no wall to protect Hanyu from the bullet. The bullet approached Hanyu's chest. Somebody let out a silent scream. Nobody could stop it. Nobody could stop that bullet. That world of frozen time, nobody could stop the bullet that was stopping just inches in front of Hanyu's chest. His friend had seen this scene before. The moment of checkmate. No matter how much they screamed, there was no way to avoid this tragedy. They knew that from their memories. You'll die for sure. Think about the good old times as much as you want. Finish doing that, the bullet will pierce your chest down in your own blood. Unless I was prepared to do so, I wouldn't be here. Hanyu thought this would take care of everything. Hanyu wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. She would leave the stage and the rest of the cast would stay unharmed. This is how it's supposed to be. But in that moment, something happened to surprise even Hanyu. The world of frozen time in which nobody could move. Rika reached out and put her hand on the bullet that was stopped in midair. How could she move? Even Hanyu couldn't move. Why could a mere human like Rika grab that bullet? Don't be so surprised. I've already learned about that. Learned about how to make a miracle happen. Amazing things happen today, and they're worthy of being called a miracle. If we all believe in each other, it was supposed to happen. If I'll perform a real miracle in this very last moment. I'm the reincarnation of Oishiro after all, so let me make a miracle happen at the very end. Rika rubbed the frozen bullet, gently, very gently, and then held it, embraced it lovingly, her hands at her chest, where not even Hanyu could move. Now I realize that neither Takano nor Hanyu listen when other people talk. Do you hear what Mion said? We don't play Old Maid. We played Old Man instead. Takano laughed and said they were basically the same game, but they're totally different. An old maid, a single joker, and an unharmonized element is added to a full harmonized set of cards, and people try to foist it onto another. But an old man, one card is removed from that harmonized world, and everyone foists the unharmonized fragments onto each other. It's different than having a joker, because everything would be in harmony if there wasn't something missing. Players try to get rid of something in both games. What they try to get rid of is very different. In our game, the loser is blessed with one last card too. I can understand how Takano thought they were the same thing, but they're different. As in our game, the missing card was added back in. There would be no loser. Hanyu, the missing card in this world where someone has to foist their sins onto another, has joined the game. So this game has no losers. We're still trying to kick one card away. What a waste of a miracle. This world doesn't need a losing card. That is the answer I finally reached after a 1,000-year journey, trying to find a miracle. The answer has always been there. It was there in the very first game of Mion's club. There was always a loser because we were playing a game of cards with one missing. If we could fill in it for the missing card by believing each other and helping each other, it would complete a full deck of 52 cards. A complete world without a loser. A complete world where no one is left out. Nobody has to stay out of the circle. Nobody has to cry or be burdened with sins. A world where everyone holds each other's hands and forgives each other's sins. People live, there'll be sin. What's important isn't to avoid sins, but to forgive them. The world can only become ugly and twisted when people try to stay pure. Let's accept our sins. Let's all forgive. That's the answer Rikafude reached. A complete world. A world free from the sins of the human world, where one has to become a loser. Rika reached that as a human being. After an unbelievably long time, she finally reached it. Welcome home, Mother. The frozen time had begun to thaw. There was smoke coming from the muzzle of Takano's guns. It was definitely fired. However, nobody got hit. Keiichi looked around tearfully to make sure nobody was bleeding. They were all fine. Nobody had been shot. You missed. Serves you right. Tension lifted in Mion's body. She began to sweat all over. How did I miss? At this distance? The club members thought the same thing. It was a miracle that the bullet didn't hit anyone. The club members had all felt the same way. They were all thinking, if it's going to hit someone, let it hit me. However, Rikafude wished for a miracle that was far beyond that. Wished for a miracle that was higher than self-sacrifice. She wished for a world where the bullet wouldn't hit anyone. She wished for a world where Takano wouldn't be hurt because she shot someone. Footsteps were rushing towards them. Takano tried to run, but she tripped over a root, and the scrapbook in her hand scattered everywhere. Tried to gather up the papers. Members of the Bloodhounds surrounded her. All the Bloodhounds pointed their guns her way, and some even poked her with them. But Takano still didn't stop gathering up the papers. The men stepped on the papers, and Takano tried to pull them out from under them. He tried to pull them out, begging them in tears not to step on our precious papers. Major Takano, you're under arrest. So, it's all my fault, is it? Club members, feeling bad for her, looked at the ground. Stand up. Put your hands behind your back. Hey, don't resist. No. I want to take my grandpa's scrapbook with me. Takano just wanted to pick up the pages of her scrapbook, with the Bloodhound thinking that she's just resisting, pulled down her hair to make her stand up. Though this was her fate, it was too hard to watch her be treated that way. Then a normal voice sounded among them. Wait. And with divine light, a man appeared. They all know this man very well, but they had never seen him look so determined. I'm First Lieutenant Tomatake from the Research Division. I'll take it from here. But, sir, I've been ordered by headquarters to bring her back to Tokyo immediately. Can't you tell? Just look at her. Look at all the scars she's been scratching herself. She must have Hinamizawa syndrome. There are lots of horrible scars on her wrists, arms, and neck. Takano had scratched herself throughout the day because of all the stress. There was no way for anyone to be certain if those marks were symptoms of the syndrome. And Tomatake said that it certainly sounded true. But the Major must have been given medication to prevent her from contracting the disease. There's no way she should have it. Haven't you read the report? It says the inoculation isn't 100% effective. If you read the report completely, you would know that these are symptoms of the terminal stage. The research division thinks that her treatment should take priority. We must determine if this incident was truly her will, or if she became delusional due to the syndrome, leading someone to take advantage of that situation. We have to be very, very certain, otherwise it'll be impossible to resolve this matter. Was it her fault, or was it the fault of her disease? It's impossible to determine that right now. Make sure she has the right to receive treatment, and she is obligated to let herself be treated. Shiro-san. Take her to the Erie Institute so that she can be examined immediately. Notify Lieutenant Colonel Erie so we can prepare to treat Major Takano. However, from here on, the Major will be placed under strict observation, and all activities will be restricted. The particular orders should come from command through Colonel Oka, Director of Investigations. The Bloodhounds conveyed all this information over the radio. Nobody had any objections. Their job was to arrest her after all. Any interrogations or investigations after that were the job of investigations. So if those were the order from investigations, then that was that. Tomitake walked over to the muddy figure of Takano. Shiro-san. Son. Takano buried her face in Tomitake's chest and cried. Tomitake and Takano knew the meaning of those tears. Sorry for being late. I'm here for you. Shiro-san. You're not as bad as you think you are. You can start over. You can start your life over as Miyoko Tanashi. I can't. Committed too many sins. Shouldn't be allowed to start over. I should be dead. Why is the weight of my sins, Will? That's true. Sins may not be so light. But don't worry. I'll be with you. We can atone together. Let's atone for Mio Takano's sins. Let's bring Miyoko Tanashi back together. Until then, I'll be right here with you. Can I continue to live? Can I live? It tells me that if I die, things will work out. But can I still live? Sing I'm allowed to live, and I'll be forgiven. The world may not forgive you. So what? I'll forgive you. So let's live. Death can atone for sins. Let's live and ask the world to forgive you, and then start your life over. Then you'll remember. Remember what kind of person you used to be, what kind of smile you used to have. After a while, Takano was taken to the Erie Institute in handcuffs. She was, however, handcuffed with her hands in front of her. She was holding the scrapbook. Tomitake had cleaned the mud off it. The downpour from the early afternoon had passed. The cicadas began singing again, reminding everything that this was a normal June in Hinamizawa. It was so hot despite being June, and the sky was brilliantly clear. Someone asked someone else the time. She looked at her watch. It was 3 p.m. The Watanageshi festival would be starting at 5. It was almost time. From here, the Furude Shrine could be seen. There were lanterns hanging all over. Once the sun went down, those lanterns would be lit. It was almost time for the festival. And with that, everything would end. And the Higurashi Cry, the game that stretched across different worlds, had ended. And what the winner obtained after their victory is that the game ended without a loser. Hanyu was prepared to leave after the game was over, but she was still there. She was allowed to be there. In other words, she wasn't the card that was taken away. The card that was taken to play their game of old man was no longer there. The breeze rustled Hanyu's sweaty, messed up hair. She was dumbfounded.
Emotional damage!
Rika went over and stood next to her. She didn't need to say anything. She only smiled at Hanyu. That girl had pretended to be a bystander, but decided to step onto the stage, and then she thought that was enough and tried to step off of it. Oh, thank you for the fluid check. With those memories of her bright time on stage, she tried to step off, but someone grabbed her sleeve and stopped her. She was told that she could stay. Then she realized she was still on the stage, and she didn't have to leave after all. There was a spot for her on the stage, and she was no longer a bystander, and that was an unbelievable miracle. She didn't even exist in the script. Nobody needed her to be here, but the miracle had allowed her to stay. Suffered so much during your journey. This miracle isn't enough to repay what you've gone through. Nipa! Ow, 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 ow! It's more than enough. This miracle is more than enough. Rika smiled at Hanyu one more time and passed her what was in her right hand. Anu felt something cold and hard. What was it? Anu slowly opened her hand and looked at it. It was the bullet Takano had fired. This was the proof of their miracle. It was the proof that Anu could exist there. It was the proof that they could be together forever and ever. It'll be dark soon. It's time for the festival. Oh, so much fun together. You can't just watch us anymore. So there'll be plenty of punishments to torment the poor, poor newcomer. I don't have to just watch the Watanagashi festival, huh? That's right. Because you don't watch a festival. You enjoy it. Were they testing the speakers? It was still bright outside, but there was music playing already. The cheap dud background music collection of festival music could be heard from the Furude Shrine in the distance. It sounded so exciting to her. This was what she had wanted to join in all this time. Rika held her hand. Let's go together. Let's go to the Watanagashi festival. All of us. Together. Yeah. They had almost too much energy left. It had been a long day and many things had happened, but they still had the energy to go to the festival. It was, after all, the special day of Watanagashi. The curse of Oyashiro had been lifted, and no tragedy would ever occur again. It was the first peaceful Watanagashi, the first one without a tragedy since the dam conflict. The villagers had noticed the phone lines were disconnected during the day. It was fixed so quickly that they didn't pay much attention. They heard the self-defense force helicopter near the mountains, but rumor had it that they came to the wrong place for their training. The elderly villagers left and said that the young men of the National Defense Force needed to pay more attention. Some of the people say the SDF even came to the Irie clinic. The villagers didn't even get suspicious about that. They assumed that the Irie clinic had started doing physical checkups for the SDF. There were pieces of broken glass on the roadside near the village border, as if there was an accident. Some people wondered how anyone could have an accident when there was no obstruction on the road. The older people said to each other that they always had to drive carefully, even on familiar road. But it looked only like a trace of a normal accident, so they didn't get suspicious. The rest was a ghost story. The villagers heard an extra firework to signal the festival taking place. It wasn't an echo. The people in charge of the fireworks were puzzled. When Rika said Oyashiro must have shot the extra firework, the villagers simply believed that was true. It was the night of Watanagashi, the biggest festival of the year. The villagers forgot their worries and enjoyed themselves. The club members were doing great as usual. And everyone's fine because they had some of those energy drinks from the Yakuza series. They were doing so great that they were all taken to the main tent and yelled at by the mayor. That was a normal Watanagashi night, or got yelled at by the mayor. I think it was Watanagashi night for the villagers. But there was one thing that was different. The girls fought for an unimaginably long time in many different worlds for the sake of this night. However, nobody would ever know that. There's another big change, too. Rika Furude said that she wants to go to a pool in the summer. It's unusual for her to say she wants to do something. She wants to see the stars. She wants to go on a camping trip. She wants to look at the sunflowers. She wants to make the school into a haunted house, etc. There's so many things she wants to do over the summer break. Right. Rika Furude, for the first time, is making plans for after June 1983. Because this is the first summer break she's going to experience after 100 years of repeating the same life. She will now experience an all-new summer vacation. Who would stop her from getting excited about that? Rika Furude is looking forward to waking up before Satoko to rip the page off the calendar at the end of June. Rika Furude's infinite future has begun. There are infinite possibilities, yet she can only make one choice. But that's why it's a great world. Let's talk for a moment about people who fought with Rika Furude. Mion Sonozaki has vowed to study hard so she can continue her education after the summer break. According to Keiichi, even that may not be enough time for her. However, how can the legendary club near Mion fail an entrance exam? She will more than likely find a way to get into the school she wants to go to. Hopefully it isn't an illegal one. Anyhow, she's looking forward to enjoying her final summer break, so she has lots of plans. The club members can't get away from Mion even during the summer. Once you're involved with her, she always finds a way to get at you. No matter how much you want to be alone, she'll never go back to spending a boring summer by yourself. Keiichi has been asked by Mion and Chie to be their next class president. He was also asked to be the next club leader too, but he declined immediately. Keiichi likes the club because Mion runs it. Continued saying that it's Mion's club until she got mad. Keiichi couldn't understand why she's so angry. Well, Keiichi wouldn't be Keiichi if he wasn't so dense. So things are really lively around him again today. His good name continues to spread even in Okonomiya. Rena Ryuga is growing more energetic every day too. Satoko, Rika, and Hanyu spend every day in fear of being abducted by her. Of course they do. Still, she's been acting more mature lately. She takes care of her young classmates and she's most like a mother figure to the class. She's also like a mother to all the club members too. After hearing that, Keiichi said that he'd be a father for the class. As usual, Reina thought about that too much and blushed. Satoko Haojo was as lively as ever. She used up most of her traps on the mountain during the battle with the mountain dogs, so she's setting up new ones for the next event. Rumor has it that some members of the Bloodhounds were so impressed with her trap techniques that they asked her for some lessons. There was supposed to be a training area near Mount Fuji, and they asked her to set up her traps there. That's not a very good idea. The sea of trees really would become a forest of no return. Either way, Satoko keeps saying how much she wants to fight against the Bloodhounds next. She's invincible. Also, she's become a great cook. That's because Hanyu has been teaching her. According to Hanyu, Satoko is a quick learner, as compared to Rika. Satoko's dream is to master fried chicken, which is her brother's favorite, and welcome him home with it. I'm the only one who knows this, but her dream may come true very soon. As for her brother, Satoshi has yet to return home. His condition is unchanged. If there's been any change, it's in Shion Sonozaki. She goes to the clinic on her days off. Nobody knows why she goes there, but she seems to be very happy, so nobody pays much attention to it. Mion has teased Shion by saying that maybe she's planning on getting implants, but Shion just smiles. Also, for whatever reason, she's been visiting her relative's clothes shop and buying up all kinds of men's clothing. Lately, she's even started buying more than just men's clothing, but why is she so excited when she visits the clinic with a maid outfit that's not in her size? The truth is shrouded in myths. Oh my gosh, poor Satoshi. The biggest change is probably that Shion's baby Satoko nowadays. She tries to make Satoko call her Nene, which only annoys Satoko. Hirie Kyosuke has two jobs now. On one hand, he's a respected doctor, and on the other hand, he is an evangelist for maids. The Irie clinic was supposed to be closed, but the villagers pleaded with the authorities not to shut it down. Though Irie isn't originally from the village, he and everyone else feel like that he's one of the villagers now. He's an indispensable part of village life. The conservative attitude towards Himezawa syndrome is gone, and is now being researched very proactively. The syndrome is being researched so passionately that hopefully in the near future, all the victims of this disease will be freed for good. Also later on, Irie will publish an advanced article about the influence of the brain on human behavior, which will surprise people in the medical world. I won't go I won't go into the details here, but it'll talk about how one should hate the sins instead of the sinner. The deceased Hifomi Takano and Mio Takano's names will be mentioned in that article. Jiro Tomodachi still visits Hinamizawa every season. He's still known as the fighting, traveling photographer, and he continues to walk around the village looking for good picture spots. However, he isn't seen in the village as much as before. His bicycle is always parked around the back of the clinic. So maybe he spends a lot of time there. Some villagers say he's sick and being treated, but his bright smile proves they are wrong. Mio Takano hasn't been seen since that day. Nobody knows where she's gone, but obviously, Tomodachi isn't worried, so she must be doing fine. She'll probably show up one day out of nowhere and start telling ghost stories to scare some kids. As for Moro Akasaka, what happened to him was pretty funny. His wife and daughter followed him in secret. They pretended to run into him at the festival. Rika called him Papa, so things grew complicated all of a sudden. And why was she wearing the... Yeah. Akasaka's wife smiled, but she choked his neck with her braided hair. Her arms were folded, but her braid moved like a tail. Squeeze. She tortured a man who destroyed a special forces unit without even using a weapon. Rika continued to tease him, making the situation even worse. However, Akasaka's family liked Hinamizawa, and they said they wanted to come back. Akasaka's daughter and Rika grew so close that they seemed like sisters. Kurata Oshi has gotten back into playing mahjong. For whatever reason, Akane Sonozaki has joined his table too, and there's rumor a riot squad almost got dispatched to the mahjong parlor one time. His colleagues say Oishi has calmed down quite a bit. It's probably because he has reached closer within himself, but his colleagues know nothing about that. He's planning to move to Hokkaido when he retires, but he wants to come back every summer. His bright second life is waiting for him. Tatsuyoshi Kasai hasn't changed much compared to the others. To some people, this was a life-changing event, but for Kasai, it was just another episode added to his tales of heroics. According to Kasai, this incident was just a little bigger than usual. If this was just a little unusual, then what in the world would be needed to impress him? Shion insists that he will tell her, but Kasai only tells her that that's a secret. Also, he regretted exposing that part of his past. Shion keeps begging him to tell her about it, but he simply ignores her. Let me talk about myself, too. I, Hanyu, am doing great in my new life as Hanyu Furude. Finally getting better at playing games, and now I'm taking the role of the club's dark horse, a position formerly reserved for Keiichi Maibara. I have a bad habit of believing everything I hear, so Mion and the others always tell me some strange things. Thanks to that, I'm getting tougher, to put it in a good way. Shrewd, to put it in a bad one. But then I need to, otherwise I won't survive in this club. I'm going to continue to learn a lot of stuff through these club activities, so I can live in this human world. Sunday, June 19th, 1983. Night falls on my longest day of the past 1,000 years. The club members are having a blast. A lot of people are here. The stall vendors are still doing business. The speakers are blaring rough yet exciting festival music. I've known all these, but how wonderful it is to actually feel and hear them in person. I thought I knew because I've been following and watching them, but that was completely different. I knew of it, but this is the first time I've actually experienced it. We had a takoyaki eating contest. There was no octopus in it, but it was still very tasty. We had a shaved ice eating contest. I would have enjoyed the shaved ice if I had eaten it more slowly. I bought a candied apple for the first time. Fun took a bite from it. It was tasty. It was fun. We played a shooting game. I don't know how difficult it would be to shoot a target, but it was fun too. Also, we played a shady lottery game. It was one of those things where you pulled a string and got a prize. Nobody got a good prize. I complained about it to the vendor. That too was just so much fun. Then it was time for the dedication dance. Of course, we go there early, so we commandeered the best seats. I snuck out and stood where I was told to. Could see better than the other club members. This was the spot where the object of worship sat. This was where I was supposed to be during the ritual dance. No, this was where I thought I had to be. Seeing the dance from that spot wasn't fun, so I returned to where I was, and sat with everyone else. They saved me a spot. Everyone rubbed my head while asking me where I went. I apologized by saying, "Ow, ow!" That made me very happy. Watch the performance in the crowd of people. It was the best dance I've witnessed in the past 1,000 years. I couldn't keep either my happiness or my tears from flowing out. After the dance was over, a handful of cotton was passed around to all the villagers. Let the cotton absorb all the filth and sins of the past year and washed it down the stream. Cotton is cotton. Obviously, it's not human. We use cotton instead of human so that nobody is sad. In other words, this is the way to purify sins without making anyone suffer. Here you are, this is for you, Hanyu-chan. Do you know how to use it? Yes, I do. Go like this and drift it down the stream, right? Ow, ow! Who gave me the cotton took the letter I from her name during last year's Watanagashi and washed it down the stream. By doing so, she was freed from her life and began a new life. Her suffering and began a new life. We drifted our sins down the stream. It's not the same as pushing our sins onto the cotton. Instead, we wash away our own sins and forgive ourselves. Forgive each other, we help each other out, and that's how we create our own story. I put my cotton into the stream gently. The cotton went down the stream, into the world, where sins are cleansed. I left my bare feet soak in the clear stream. As I watched the long, long line of cotton flowing down the stream in the dark, surrounded by people sending their cotton flowing down the wondrous stream. This is a complete world where all the fragments were put together. This is an ideal world. What else is there? What else do you need? Anya Furude still wants more, because we can be even happier than this. We can be happier if we wish to be. Not a long time from now, but in the near future. Then what is it? What is it? I told you, it's in the near future. You'll be happy then too. See? Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I too am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is working out a compromise. Because from now on, I'm going to live a much happier life. I'm not going to compromise with just this. We'll retrieve all the happiness we missed. 100 years worth for me. 1,000 years worth for you. Frederica Bert's... A report on the coup d'etat of the Area Institute. Proposal. Regarding the coup d'etat of the Area Institute. Background. When the responsibilities of the Area Institute hereafter institute was registered emergency manual, certain tower conspired to execute the manner under false circumstances. Manuals include the Institute subdirector. Okay, crap. Spots. Cars all surrendered, promptly secured by headquarters. Commissioners and Lieutenant Colonel Irie recommending confirmed that Lieutenant had nothing to do with the Institute. Leadership position remained in there. Takano Major reigns at the Institute and is being treated to prevent her symptoms. She syndromes on syndrome as terminally she's been kept in a room for disciplinary community. Okanogi Emil has decided to bargain with the first line is information related to investigation. This program is planned for can do within 3 years. New Dara has been sent from headquarters to start up. Fully exterminated, then ground was shut down. About the mansion. So managed approval, I will report to your residence tomorrow evening. Nomura. Wait, what? Oh gosh. That was way too much to read. Why did you do that, game? Oh my gosh, I think we finished it. Let's just enjoy the chill music now. Hey, Lock and Load. You've come in on the credits for Higurashi, the main story. I think. I imagine there's maybe a little post-credit thing, but so we're just enjoying the relaxing in the this nice little song. Yup, finished it. It's a nice song. This has been one crazy trip, I'm gonna tell you. Again, we've been doing this since October. Oh gosh. Well, I mean, you know, we had things in between, but there is another series by 07th Expansion, so the devs of this. I'll have to check to see the length. I don't know if I can do another series like this lengthy. Because it's a fantastic series, but when you do a long series, it does make it hard for people to get into. Especially with this plot. Oh my gosh. Once again, don't get me wrong. This is a great plot. Great story. Wait, do I need to, like, click on the thing or something? Okay, I do. Maybe? I'm not sure. Okay, it's slowly fading. Alright. It's been unlocked. staff room has been unlocked. See the new chip. Okay, let's see this new chip. Forbidden treasure. Unigari no Ryu Wo. The most valuable asset of the Furude Shrine that's kept in the ritual storehouse. In ancient times, when this place was a chaotic world of both humans and demons, this precious sword defeated the demon god. However, nobody has seen it for 1,000 years. According to the legend, it is sealed in the statue dedicated to Oishiro in the ritual storehouse. Because of its structure, as long as the belief in Oishiro continues, it will remain a forbidden tool forever sealed away. However, it is only mentioned the forbidden scrolls of the Furude Shrine. Therefore, only a handful of the Furude family heads have ever known about its existence. According to several of these forbidden scrolls, the sword is shaped like a willow branch. And there are some ink paintings of the sword made by a few Furude heads, but none of them match that description. That means they drew those pictures from their imagination. The legend says there was a girl named Oka who received a divine message that commanded her to defeat the demon god. However, neither the swords of humans or demons could conquer the demon god. It would require a blade that was neither a human sword nor a demon sword. Only a sword that mixes human and demon qualities could defeat the demon god. It has been said repeatedly that the ancestors of Hinamizawa are half demon and half human. Oka Furude is said to be the first person whose blood was mixed in that way. This description is what it conveys that. Heaven gave Auka a precious sword. The precious sword was shaped like a willow branch. Its tip split 3 ways, which symbolized heaven, earth, and people in unity. It also symbolized the harmony between heaven, demons, and humans. Oka headed to the swamp where the demon god hid and defeated him with his treasure sword. Each forbidden scroll describes how she defeated the demon god differently. Some say she disciplined him. Some say he ran away. Some say he surrendered. What happened to the demon god afterwards is unclear too. The old scroll says the precious swords destroyed the demon's god horn, but other books don't mention that. The precious sword that defeated the demon god was then enshrined and was named Onigara no Ryu Ou. Owuka, this precious sword in the deepest place of the shrine to hide its existence forever. Even if it was created to slay the demon god, the sword didn't belong in this world anymore, and shouldn't exist on the face of the earth. Some said that was why it was removed from the human world. But some said Owuka was the daughter of the demon god, and that she wanted to banish the sword that killed her mother. The ancient cult of Oishiro suggested Oishiro was this demon god. The source of chaos, the source of all that was evil, and the source of all friction. Prevent the demon god from returning to the human world through worship and comfort is the root of that ancient cult. This may be a type of cult devoted to an evil god. This idea that it's not worship for protection, but to stave off a curse, links slightly to the modern worship of Oishiro, but seems slightly distant from the modern worship that asks for Oishiro's blessings and sees them as a god of marriage and good relationships. It fosters the argument that humans are good by nature, saying that all discord is the work of Oishiro and there are no demons in the world of man. After that, the legend continues on to what we know today, the harmony of humans and demons. But in this era, all the scrolls on the origin of the belief in Oishiro and the scrolls of the matriarch of the Furude family have been due to being forbidden. That happened probably because the new image of Oishiro, that of a loving and affectionate god, and the ancient image of Oishiro, the source of all evil, didn't match. It became too difficult to explain the faith's doctrine. Also, if one believes the forbidden scroll, the Furude family was descended from one who killed her own mother. That would mean their blood was cursed. If all of that is true, but today's faith is very different from the one that was started by the matriarch. One of the leaders of the Furude family from hundreds of years ago wrote this. The Onigari no Ryu, the legendary precious sword, is the symbol of both the Furude family and the sins of the human world. It was an era where people pushed the source of their evil onto others, could only purify their sins by killing one another. The matriarch took in the root of all evil herself and let her child murder her. And that was how this place was freed from the chaos. The matriarch usually means Ouko Furude, but sometimes it means her mother. The notion that the matriarch was the demon god was a taboo among the Furude family. However, obviously some leaders interpreted it that way. The Furude family, or when the world of man commits the foolish act of seeking to blame others and tries to return to the world of demons. That is when the faith will disappear, and the statue's head will shatter. That's when Onigari no Ryu will reappear to us. The second coming will once again revive the memory of the Furude family's forgotten sins. Is the demon god a fictional legend, or someone who actually existed? In some rare cases, babies were born with horns, and they were called children of the demon god. Descendants of the Furude family who will read this. The myth passed down by our forbidden scrolls are numerous, and their content vastly differs. But don't get caught up in the smoke. No matter how different all these scrolls are, there is one thing they all want to convey. Search the heart of Ouko Furude, the one who sealed away the Onigari no Ryu-O forever. This is the fate that all of the Furude family leaders most understand. Okay. There is one thing. Hold on. There's one thing that was mentioned. Let me see if I'm... Okay. Okay, let's do the staff room one. Hello, this is Ryukishi 07. Thank you for playing Matsuribayashi. No. Thank you very much for playing Higurashi When They Cry until the end. Matsuribayashi is, in a way, the solution episode for the situation with Takano and the kids starting from halfway through Minagoroshi. How can they defeat Takano's conspiracy? How can they reach their ideal ending? I wrote this episode as a duel between you, the reader, and me, the writer. So if you think you create a better resolution world than my Matsuribayashi, that means you've defeated Ryukishi 07 in this duel. I, Ryukishi 07, have provided 2 resolutions. One is how to fight against Takano. First, here is a hint for the Minagoroshi chapter. Find out about Takano's conspiracy, which relies on Emergency Manual 34. Next, here are hints from Watanagashi and Miyakashi chapters. It has been 48 hours after Rika's death, yet the village is peaceful. Put those 2 things together. Obviously, the basis of the emergency manual which Hifune Takano wrote, that everyone will develop terminal symptoms within 48 hours, isn't true. I knew it! When you put those 2 together, you can realize that, if Rika's body was discovered 48 hours after her death, then it's possible to prevent the final operation. In the Matsuribayashi chapter, I wrote about an attacking side and a defending side like a novel. If I were to simply write about the resolution, all I had to write was for Oishi to announce that Rika had died at least 48 hours ago. Well, Takano's conspiracy would fall apart once the news reached Tokyo. This was rather an easy solution, like a puzzle, so I'm sure many of you got this right. The other resolution was the ideal ending for this world. To answer this, I have to explain the worldview of this story first. There are hints all over, but the crucial ones are in the Tatagoroshi and Minagoroshi chapters. Satoko's uncle comes home and Satoko's life becomes miserable. How can she be rescued from that situation? The story was an exercise in murder, and the Tataragoshi chapter is the correct answer. Keiichi kills Teppei and hides his body well. There's a happy ending. But I didn't end the episode that way. Instead, I denied it with a bad ending. The resolution the worldview of Higurashi When They Cry advocates is a non-violent one, with everyone united together. This established in the question chapters, such as Onikakushi, Watanagashi, and Tatagoroshi. In those worlds, when someone becomes suspicious about everything, and worries about it alone, things get worse and that leads to tragedy. The Miyakashi chapter is the sublimation of that situation. On the other hand, when one talks to their friends, it's revealed that the causes of tragedies are quite silly. That is indicated in the Sumer Horoboshi and Minagoroshi episodes. In other words, Can you see that in the worlds of Higurashi, everything can be overcome when people talk to each other and help one another? Unfortunately, that doesn't happen in reality. Helping each other creates friction, and oftentimes working alone is a lot simpler. However, we always hope that we can connect with other people and understand each other, so that we can face any difficulty. In that sense, this world is a fantasy. That's right. In the worlds of Higurashi, there is one magical rule. That is to talk to others and accept help from them. Then you can defeat anything. That is possible to make a miracle happen. If that could be cast into an absolute rule, it would be a sort of magical, systematic miracle. Just like what Hanyu and our friends said in the story. That is the worldview of Higurashi when they cry. If you follow that rule and think about an ideal ending, I bet the first thing you'll think about is an ending where all the club members unite and defeat Takano. Actually, there are scenes in Matsuribayashi chapter that affirm that sort of ending. But at the same time, Takano is described as a very lonely person. By doing so, I raise a question about the resolution. Everyone else unites, defeats Takano, and makes her into a sacrifice. That is a happy ending for everyone except Takano. It's a very popular style of story for the protagonist to unite together and sacrifice the antagonist. Aliens come to Earth to invade us, so the world unites and defeats the aliens. Hooray for humans, and we must all get along. This is a very popular storyline over the world. There are plenty of stories that use aliens, devils, or monsters as clear bad guys and make them into sacrifices. Two parties fighting with each other become allies once the third party shows up. Storylines like these are indeed exciting. And by adding a sacrifice, differing parties unite and become allies. To rate this situation, there has to be always the third party, the sacrifice as well. I'm sure many of those who create such stories must have already noticed that. There's always a third enemy that can't possibly unite with us. To make up with each other, we try to find a common enemy. Am I the only one who feels that describes our world today? In reality, this world belongs only to humans. There are no aliens or devils or monsters. So for us to fight an enemy, we'll have to fight each other forever. To make up with each other, we need a new enemy, so we just end up fighting someone else. This chapter of Higurashi, I declare that to be the demon of the world of man. These explanations of the worldview here in mind, do you wonder if the resolution of defeating Takano was in fact an ideal resolution of the Matsuribayashi chapter? That's right. It's basically the same foolishness found in Tatarogoroshi. According to that logic, the Mitagoroshi chapter isn't the best resolution for the problems that surround Satoko either. Do you understand that? When they make up with Takano, I would suggest to make Tokyo into a new enemy, and let the members join with Takano, would you? If I continue to talk about this issue, I'll probably end up mentioning something religious, so let me stop here. What kind of ending would be the best outcome following the worldview of Higurashi? Perhaps it's something better than the Matsuribayashi chapter. Consider this a graduating question for Higurashi. I will leave it as my final gift to those who enjoyed this tale for 4.5 years. Thank you for reading this extremely complicated story. In the end, what was this all for you? Or to put the answer to that question in one word, it would be entertainment. One word, it would be entertainment. It's unfortunate if you were able to answer the riddles. After all, if you enjoyed yourself, you won. Yokishi 07 will continue to challenge you. Higurashi ends here, but I hope I get to see you again in a different world. What kind of work do I want to create next? Maybe it's fitting to choose my next work from an infinite number of possibilities while listening to the chorus of the Higurashi. I want to express my gratitude to all the people who have supported me until today. Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you all again soon. Ryokishi 07. No, I would say that's the end, but I had come across something accidentally on the other, and also there's one achievement left. Which, okay, hold on. Okay, wait. Okay. So I will say there is if some. Okay, I'm looking into how do I unlock that? Okay. Oh gosh, I just looked. Okay. I don't think I'll actually do the secret, but okay, so there's a secret ending. But to do this, to do it, I have to go back to the fragment section, which I can do because there is a chapter jump, but... And then we go through... You have to connect the various pieces in order. Of which there are 51. And which then unlocks another one. How the crap do I do? Okay, can I? Is it okay? I all right. I think I'm gonna leave that one up for y'all or whatever. I mean, if folks really, I will say, okay, if folks really want that, I will record myself doing that one, and then I will upload that. Because a lot of it just really is. I just have to go through those like 50. There is the skip button. Fine, we'll do it. Okay, fine. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. Chapter jump. Connecting fragments. Okay. Okay, screen 4. This one. Do 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 do. Finish the screen. Do do do. Going through stuff. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Why have I decided to do the theme from whatever? Do 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 do. Okay, second one. Third is screen 2. Okay. Fourth one is on screen 3. I'm literally looking at the wiki idol doing this. I'm keep in mind there's a thing of 50 of these, and I have to do them. So I have to get them. I have to do these in a specific order. Okay. This. Okay, then this one. Okay, then the next one. Okay, we're on number 7. Okay. Seriously, why did the developer make it that I have to go through like this specific one to do it? Also, the question of how did people figure this one out? I mean, I suppose you have to do it by like... I mean, because some of these were pretty like... I guess you would have to figure out kind of like the perfect order, but a lot of these kind of... This is kind of needlessly complicated for, I'll be honest. Okay. Where's 11? So yeah, if folks want to like go to the bathroom or whatever, this is gonna take a bit. So you know, there's I have to do like go through all 51 of these, and then a 52nd one will pop up that'll lead to the... And it'll unlock a secret ending. I'm trying to keep an eye on chat as best I can. I only have so many windows I can do this, and I have to look at an exact thing. Okay, that's 12. Where is 13? Gonna run that ad break so that way we don't have to deal with stuff. So an ad doesn't pop up. Or actually doing something. Okay, next 14. Okay, the next 15. 'Cause we're on our way. Where we're going, on our way. Don't know where. Goodbye, Rosie, Queen Corona. See me and Julio down by the schoolyard. It's just me and Julio down by the schoolyard. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, 16. 17. Seriously, they're just ruining this. This is one of those things of an interesting idea, maybe a nice idea, but on great on paper, but then execution of doing this, I've Okay. On to where's 19? Okay. Gonna do that. This one's 20. Yeah. Next one, 21. Okay, then 22. Take a sip of water. And okay. Okay. Then this one. Do. Hey, there's not really anything to talk about even while I'm doing this. Wait, which one did I just do? $24, okay. And 20, where's 25? Okay. Okay. So you know, we're now half done. Why would you do this, developer? Why would you do this, Ryokishi07? Surely halfway through this thought process, you were kind of like, you know... this might become a problem. I am based on this solely on hatred of not wanting to leave this incomplete. That is what I'm doing right now. This is why we are doing this. Otherwise, I've very much enjoyed this series. It's just... So, I guess, you know, considering this is honestly, like... kind of a minor, somewhat minor. I don't know, it's just the placement of it. Kind of... What you mean you have to do it is kind of like... If this was done like something... If I had to do this something like, you know, halfway or 3/4 of the way through this or whatever, you know, it'd just be like, "Ah, okay, we'll go through this." But... at the exact end or whatever, when you've got a... It's just... weird. Kind of messes with sort of like your enjoyment of the ending, frankly, to me. But we are making our way down to okay. Now on 31st. Where's the 31st? For what? At least the 32nd is right next to it. Okay, 33rd now. Honk the mic, sorry. Okay, now 34th. We're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't.
Why Rikishi, why would you do this? Also, thank you for the fluid check. Okay, 35. That's right. Okay, so we're on 36. Okay. Okay, now where's 37? Almost there. We're almost there. Do 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 do. Okay, now for 39 in screen 3. Do 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 do. Okay, 41. Okay. I'm thinking these ones might be pretty quick. Okay. Maybe, or maybe I spoke too soon. But we're very close. We're getting there. Okay, well, some are, apparently. Oh my gosh, we're almost there. These are going very quickly. Okay. Okay. So then the 51st one will show up, and then a 52nd one should show up. Oh, wait, okay. Okay, if a second fragment shows after this, then we somehow... Oh my gosh. Okay. Here we go. Going to play outside. Girl's cheerful voice echoed in the house. It was a tenement house, so walls were thin. So of course her yell carried through to the neighbors, but since it was a child's voice, nobody complained. Miyoko, thinking about going to the mall. Father's voice didn't reach the girl, because all she was thinking about was making a new secret base with her friends in the field. Her father knew the girl had been looking forward to going to the mall, and that if they went without her, she would be upset. He also knew that the girl liked collecting flags from the kids' meals at the restaurant there, and one more would mean a collection to 20 flags. So this is to kind of, well... I don't know, before as a child. So it's making a wish on those flags. She believed if she collected 20 of them, she could become happy. Well, suppose he'd bring a flag home as a souvenir. Wouldn't be a big deal. If he asked a waitress, she'd bring one for him. On that day, due to an accident, the trains were running behind schedule. To make up the time lost, drivers were braking a little too late, and accelerating a bit too soon. It was rather unsafe. The Tanashi family didn't own a car. They always used a train to get to the mall. The girl skipped her way to her friend's house. An unfamiliar woman stopped her. Obviously, she wasn't from around there. The ties between the neighbors were very tight around there. The girl knew everyone's face. So if there's a stranger, it was either a new mailman or someone who's lost. Said to the girl, "Do you want to live, or do you want to die?" Any person would think the woman was crazy asking something like that. The girl was too innocent to think that way. She answered immediately, "I want to live." "Okay, then go. Your friend isn't home, but go on." "She's at home?" The girl couldn't figure out why this woman would know that. As the woman left, the girl stopped her. She was curious, though it was a little scary as to what response she'd get if she answered differently. "Want to die, then what?" "We get another flag from a kid's meal." "Eh? Hey, that's not fair. They're going without me. That's not fair." The girl turned and tried to run back home. "Are you sure? You won't regret it?" The mysterious woman tried to confirm this. "Would I regret it? I'll tell you. I mean, Well, thought this was some kind of a riddle, so she pondered it for a while, but she couldn't figure it out. She clapped her hands as if she came to a conclusion. "It's okay then." "Why is it okay?" "Because my parents will be with me." One stepped aside. Earl bowed to her and ran home. She saw her parents locking the door to leave, jumped on them and nagged them that she wanted to go too. The girl was going to the mall with her family. Family headed to the train station, waited for a train to arrive, and got on it. The driver was feeling the pressure to make up for the delay. The passengers could tell that from the way he was driving. Earl noticed the unusual swaying of the train. She stood on her knees and looked out the window. Her mother told her to sit down because it was dangerous. Earl stuck her tongue out. Then, the train reached a very big and very sharp curve. The train tilted in that direction and all the people were shoved to the side. They're all squished together and grumbled about it. Then, the train continued, 2. The girl and her parents came home under the sky by a full stars with shopping bags in their hands. They unlocked the door, turned the lights on. The train didn't crash. The girl put her bags through the door and ran into her room. She opened her desk drawer, took something out of her pocket and put it in. Closed the door once but opened it again, and then spread her treasure on the tatami floor. There were the flags of many different countries that came with the kids' meals. Japanese flag, the American flag, the English flag. Which country was this for? One of the 3 colors. She lined them up as she counted. She counted out loud. She danced around happily, for she now had 20 of them. It took her so long to collect that many. It's hard work for this girl who was so proud of herself for reaching her goal. She worked so hard that there must be something good waiting for her. She made a wish to become happy if she collected 20 of them. Therefore, something wonderful must be waiting to happen. Girl waited excitedly, but soon realized it wasn't a magic lamp. So no genie would be jumping out. Maybe it wouldn't happen that night, but it'd be tomorrow. Girl decided to wait patiently. She accomplished something as great as collecting 20 flags. Surely some wonderful happiness awaited. Surely some wonderful miracle awaited. Perhaps it might be like a charm, keeping sad misfortunes at bay. The girl put her 20 flags back in the drawer. She heard her mother tell her to brush her teeth and go to bed. She ran to the bathroom. This is fine, isn't it? It's okay to get her miracle in advance. What should I do next? There are plenty of fragments to play with. What? You want to try too? It's fun. Makes you feel like God. World of Satoshi, a world where the Sonozaki sisters don't switch. Or what a world with Satoko's parents and Rika's parents alive and well would be like. Oh, how about this? Sake is enticed to the enemy's side by Takano. That sounds interesting. Personally, I'm curious about a world where Takano is madly in love with Tomatake. It's fun to match Keiichi with different girls too. I love drama very, very much. Hehe. See, what should I do next? So many fragments. Hey, do you want some? What kind of world are you going to make? The world of Higurashi, when they cry, will move on, even without us. There are many dreams, possibilities, and miracles in that world. They are innumerable fragments, all interweaved with one another. I've shown you a small number of those fragments, but it's up to you to play with the rest of them. The world of Higurashi is now in your hands. It's a big, wide world full of fragments, and they're yours to manipulate. Dreams, your possibilities, and your miracles are yours to discover. Thank you for joining me on this 4.5-year tale about this world. I thank you for supporting me during this 4.5-year tale about this world. I thank all of the characters who brought this 4.5 years to life. I thank my family who given me understanding. I thank my coworkers who spread an effort for the sake of this work. I thank my friends who support me to the creation of this work. And while I'm the same person who created this work, I thank this work for itself for the 4.5 years it's given me. Thank you for the fact that I left a legacy of the 4.5 years of work. I thank all those people who sent me emails teaching me the joys of production. If I may leave with one more piece, I'd like to make a product of your own. Nothing to show for the 4.5 I spent in college. Simply spent my days without achieving anything. I left no proof that I was even alive during that time. Feel that regret for this, then need to make this work. And I think we can meet again as friends. This is why I leave you this message. I look forward to the day we meet, my friend. Ryokishi07. That was the secret ending. Game. I feel like we've been trolled, frankly. And I'm going to be honest, I looked up to see what the ending was, and somehow I'm still disappointed by that. But yeah, basically it's her parents' desire or whatever, so it's she goes with her parents, and then the train doesn't crash. She gets all 20 flags. That's the secret ending. Yup. Of course, that of course then does mean that, so, you know, all the research and stuff into Hinamizawa syndrome doesn't get taken up. So a number of bad things that happened will actually happen. So I just we are focusing on we are going to focus on, at least for my part, I'm going to focus on the actual ending we got that was generally satisfactory. I mean, listen, I get it that it kind of sucked or whatever, but like, considering the stuff, considering all things considered, Takano still did okay in the ending we did. Okay, she's currently receiving treatment in the clinic, and Tomatake still is visiting her regularly and stuff like that. So, considering even the stuff in the timeline that she, yeah, why? I guess that's that moment, like when the disagree with the offer, but still great series. I enjoyed it. Even the little kind of like sour note or whatever. At least the way they ended it with like a thing where it just felt more like we've just been trolled or something like that than having to like, whatever. It is what it is. But thank you for enjoying this. I will consider, I guess it depends on what people want or think about for like, if I want to do like the bonus, what is it, Ray or whatever, of that other volume. Ray. So, I'll need to look in a few things in it. Honestly, I say it probably will do it, but I'm not committing to it. Okay. 60-40 chance of that. But yeah, thank you, and of course this will be. But I want to thank you all so much for joining and sticking with this. It's a tough one or whatever. I get it, and for both length and also a number of the content is so. That's I will say. So there is an 07th expansion like mod that you can like find and get for free or whatever. That I found this like 3/4 of the way through the series, and I was just like, okay, we'll just continue with what we got. There's another new set of sprites, but also as well as like there's actually some voice acting and and updated backgrounds. So if you want to do it but have like a different experience or whatever, stuff like that is out there. So especially if maybe if you were watching it but didn't watch some of like the initial volumes or whatever, I'm sure there's a number of folks that but and don't really want to go through the VODs and stuff like that. That's an alternate way to do it, so you can see like new stuff. And of course, there is all the anime adaptations that there are, so out there. So, which the first one, I think, because I watched the one that was out like a decade ago or whatever, or a little bit over that. So, uh, 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 which was still good. And I believe they've actually made like Not, of course, just moving on to do like the other volumes to finish the series, but also there's, I believe there's also like a number of like remakes that were made. So, which I think show when someone redeems the Nipa thing, some of those show up. So, I'm pretty sure. So, anyway, I want to thank you all so much for sticking this. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes. Okay, bye.